everything in between to low initiative lost one. There's been some shit going on for the Godwins as of late. Um, Auntie, why don't you take it off? What awesomeness happened last time?
What awesome happened last time is we were in a room, there was a scary cat lady, and we got our asses handed to us.
Okay.
There's more, but I
And
figured the next
yeah,
person would take it.
Kestrel.
Okay, so the cat lady paralyzed us with her attacks, and basically awoken some memories in Krageddon, who turned out was a cat lady's long lost lover from days gone by. And Kurgan kind of went all evil on us and did massive injury to almost every party member. Scales?
Yep.
Okay. To add on to that, Kestrel got kicked in the nether regions. He may not have children again. Auntie's arm got a drawing arm specifically got smashed, making it limp and paralyzed, so cannot use it. And luckily, Scales was a snake, so she had a kinky tail. But then when she became humanoid, it turned out that one of her kneecaps was pretty much crushed, and she's now crippled. Um, we did find some components. We non-magical, more alchemical, and one of them that Auntie and Scales thought was a sexual organ repair kit, which turned out not to be so much of a repair kit, but more of a gender swap. And after giving it to Kestrel, Kestrel is now female and has hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, and to finalize it, after the crazy exchange of sexes, betrayal, a very doom and gloom fight, the party was pushing forward, and one of the last things that they had to deal with was during the altercation with Krageddon and Kitty Lady. Um, the kid, when he was thrown, damaged the box containing the spark powder. And after some discussion, you guys decided to open it, and there you guys found a letter from Fion along with two cylindrical cases. Um, the note basically said, "Hey, sorry, can't give you spark powder. I think I know what it is, and this information and that substance cannot leave home. So sorry, but yeah, I can't get, can't help you guys." And along with that, uh, there was a case that apparently contained another lost one, and that he was leaving it up to you guys to basically look after them and decide whether to let them live or if they're a threat or a danger to, But the party decided to forego potential warlock stuff for basically using the other cylindrical case, which was a spell scroll that had a dispel magic on it, to dispel the case and see what this lost one is all about. So yeah, you guys used the scroll, um, cracked open the case, and you found a person. They come out sitting up, and A Star, you see these people sitting and standing in front of you, and you guys all see this elven-like creature. What do you do? That's the part where people start.
I was wondering who you're asking. Just in general.
Just in
He's
general.
trying to be polite
Yeah.
and let others speak.
I know, as Scales did say before, it's like, hey, hey, can you hear us? Are you okay? Hi.
Takes a step back.
We mean you no harm. Um, what's your name?
Estar.
Esther? Okay.
And just to let you know, A Star, you were kind of sitting down, so you stand up and kind of back away a bit.
Yes.
And as she stands, like she's standing a couple inches over all of you.
Okay. Do you need some help? Does she look stable as she's standing up, or is she a bit wobbly on the
Um,
legs?
Go ahead and just give me a just generic perception check.
Okay. Eh. 4.
It's hard to say. You're kind of stunned, like the look of this woman as she stands, a couple inches over all of you guys. And the look that she gives, the eyes, the markings on her face. It's a lot to take in. Plus, you have no idea whether she's going to attack or what. So, yeah, it's hard to tell.
Okay. I'm Scales. Guys, if you want to introduce yourselves.
I'm Kestrel. Kestrel waves.
That would be this one, sort of.
Yeah, sort of.
Sort of.
They would check now. Um,
Won't divulge.
She takes a
And
step back when Kestrel introduces himself.
and just for your guys' reference,
ooh, that's pretty.
Oh, nice.
Ooh. Love the
Um,
art.
rough grab from the webs. She's a little bit thicker and a little bit more padded than that.
Mm.
But skin color, eyes, kind of like gemstones, like the silver hair. Just yeah, it's different.
Real quick, Moose is saying to bump up the audio a bit more.
Yeah.
Do it another 20%.
Both sides?
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe weird if we only
Also,
raised like ours.
above game. What should I refer to you? Because I have bump her volume up on my end, so I might want to check the stream as well for her.
I mean, as long as she can hear it, it should be fine.
I can.
But anyways, so yeah, A star. There is another. Well, now the only male. This young chap. He looks a little bit larger and older than this token, but he kind of steps forward and offers you a hand. Maybe we could get you some clothes as he's looking towards everyone else. He's like kind of keeping his view a bit away from you.
Kestrel pulls out a poncho, just for now.
That is
Maybe this could work.
that is a fair point. Is she come out otherwise?
Just like you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagined.
Okay, just want to clarify. Cool. Yes, Bruce. And I hope.
The kid basically takes like the shoulder bit of his toga and kind of rips the bottom part and the top, and he kind of gives it to you to kind of, basically between that and the poncho, you have like a makeshift set of clothes, sort of like a wraparound skirt and a poncho to go over top. It is a little chilly, so it's not bad.
Thank you.
Do you remember anything?
Yes, is actually quite important. What is the last thing you remember?
I was on an island. I looked back and there was bright light, and then it was darkness, and then I was drowning in a bottle.
Yeah, you look behind you, A star, and you see like this giant glass container, and there's liquid all around.
Was I in that?
Yes, we've had similar experiences. Though I must admit you remember much more than what we did when we woke up. Which is good.
And for a quick
Nice.
thing, Auntie, because you did ask this at the end of the session, just as a reminder, you wanted to see if you recognize this person.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll a intelligence check.
Sure thing.
Yes,
17.
this face and visage, you think you remember seeing it once before. As one of the last things you remember as you waited guard on that island. This visage that is in front of you, you remember it from your group. It was one of the many people who traveled there. From your side.
If you don't mind, do you know which faction you ran with? I seem to recall your face.
Um, I'm with Saloon and the Fae. I fight for them.
I believe we might have been allies in arms.
You fought for Saloon.
Reading my notes to make sure names aren't wrong.
Um, I mean, to be clear, Auntie, you technically never fought for her. It was just that was the last mission you had was to escort her.
No, not specifically fought for, but I was commissioned specifically to help escort her to the island.
And
So
with a
you
set,
were
go ahead.
so you were there. You what? What? You
It,
said
it, oh, go
when
ahead.
and where the hell am I?
Yeah, you
Uh,
look around and you are in a pretty well made structure, mostly of stone. You see in the center of a room, just a few feet in front of you, a very, just your average basic wagon. And along the walls, you see cabinets. A lot of them have jars and boxes out. Most of them look empty. And on the cabinets, you basically see like these candles.
um, I. Skills is just looking around, seeing the situation and stuff. It's like, before we get into that, it's quite a literal, long story. Why don't we get you inside? Are you hungry? We can get you some food, some more adequate
Yeah,
clothing, and then
maybe.
we can discuss things.
Yeah.
I mean, this clothing's fine. I mean, um, um,
With all due respect, I think you'll like the accommodations inside rather than here.
Yeah, Scales, do you think you could prepare the.
Already on it. Yeah.
And
Okay.
do you think you could dry her off a little bit real quick?
Yeah.
She's
And
already
he kind
done
of
it.
gestures to her there, like,
She's already
yeah.
done it.
Yes,
You just use.
Esther, like the serpent lady just moves her hands, and you just in a moment get fully dry and warm up a little bit.
thank you.
To clarify as well, because I don't know if you were told this before, as much as Scales is serpentine in scales and stuff, her face looks more humanoid, and she does have legs. They're very important. A fucked up leg, but she has a leg. But yeah, Scales will open the door, add Esther to the guest list, and for a modification on the bedrooms, I would like to add a second bed into Auntie's room.
Second bed in Auntie's room.
Yes. And basically
Sure.
Okay.
permissions for Esther to go in there.
Sure, I guess.
Yes.
I don't know what Esther's taste
Um,
is at the moment, so hearing those two being possible
are you
allies.
saying this out loud?
No, I'm telling this to the
Say,
Okay.
DM. For DM's
are you
reference only.
are you say all
Um,
Fey wanderers are alike?
yeah. Okay. Sure. So you go and summon the place.
Yeah.
Okay. Aster, you see once again the serpentine lady kind of turn, climb on the back of the wagon, and you see her go inside, and on the kind of where the driver side of the wagon is, like in the back, you see a large door with, like kind of drapes kind of going over it. And you watch her just put a key in the door, and she just stands there for about a minute. So as she's just standing there for a minute, did anyone else want to do anything?
Actually, so based on like kind of seeing her for a while, has Kester ever seen someone like this before?
Um, you know what? Go ahead and roll me an intelligence check.
Shall do.
Actually, no. Give me a history. Are you? Yeah, history.
All right, yeah, sure.
I don't remember if you're trained in it or not, but you might get a bonus for this. If you are,
I am not now.
okay. I guess.
History still?
Yeah, sure. It doesn't matter at that point.
Ooh, that 20 on the other side.
You know, you killed a lot of people, and a lot of times it was from a distance.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah. I mean, doesn't look drow.
Hmm.
Doesn't look like a lot of the races you're thinking of. Even the elvish features, they're kind of embellished with this odd uniqueness.
Hmm.
That just yeah, you can't think of anything like this.
Okay.
Hold on, I have to go mute real quick.
Okay.
Okay. Um, yeah, and the white-haired guy who kind of ripped his toga a piece, he's just kind of awkwardly standing like in front of you, smiling, and he's just looking around to his friends and then back to you. Clearly awkward, no insight needed.
She's visibly skittish. Looks like she's scared, ready to run if anything happens.
You do see one door in this location, and you do see a giant pile of rocks. This room has rocks spattered around, and there's a giant opening on the opposite side of where the door is on the wall. And it's just filled with rubble and rocks, and it looks like some of them have been disturbed. Okay, so as everyone sits in awkward silence for another like 55
I'm back.
seconds, Aster, you see the serpent lady after a moment turn the key and the door creaks open.
Wonderful. Aster, I don't know what's your preference for food. Are you, what meat eater, vegetarian, a bit of both?
Um, both, I guess.
Wonderful.
This way, and the guy with the ripped toga just kind of walks over to the back of the wagon and he offers a hand to help get up.
Did you bring me here?
In
uh,
a technical sense,
I
Well,
mean,
we
kind of.
found you. Being honest.
Yeah.
well, you were kind of given to us. Wait, that sounds wrong.
All right.
Maybe
Easiest.
sit down at some food, a drink, maybe.
Yeah,
Let's.
it's a
You
very,
might need
very
to
long
sit
story.
down.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long story.
Where
Go ahead.
where am I?
Well, from last you remember, the better question is when.
Again,
What?
I think like it might be a good idea to at least be comfortable in a chair before we just.
Yeah.
And this is as we're
And
walking.
yeah, the guy with the torn toga kind of stops for a moment and just looks at you and he's like, "Just trust me in that we mean you no harm. We know that this is a lot to take in. We've gone through a similar experience, and we will explain everything to you. But let's just get you someplace to sit and get a little bit more comfortable because it's a lot."
Yeah. And to be frank, currently you're inside a tower, but we're gonna take you to a nice comfy place. Do you like
I think,
cushions?
I think technically it's under a tower.
No, I think we're in a.
Okay, you
We'll
guys are
figure it
giving
out.
a lot of like
Guys,
Yeah.
frivolous
chill.
information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she'll turn to a ghostly, like, butler figure and just say,
Well, probably needs to be introduced first.
well, first, Aster, are you going into the wagon or no?
yeah. Actually, yeah.
Um, I'm gonna look at them and eye them all carefully, look at each one of them. Then I'm going to focus on the one who introduced himself as Kestrel.
Mhm. Oh, herself.
And then I'm going to focus on the rest of the group and look at them carefully and ask, when you meant no harm, you meant from him as well, and
Her.
It's her. Well,
Yeah.
her.
No.
The picture's kind of
Yeah.
deceiving because, yeah.
Yeah. he's
There.
he's a she right now.
So.
Yeah, there was a change that literally happened on Sunday. So
Yeah.
Yeah. So we haven't had time to change the art. Sorry about that.
So even her mean no harm.
I
Uh,
mean, you know, harm. She has her hands just like like in a very raised, like I don't mean any harm.
You're saying that to the group, yes?
Yes.
I would like to say in Sylvan, you have on my honor as a Fey Wanderer. The Godwins as a whole mean you no harm.
I have no clue what you're saying to me.
cool.
Really?
try a different one, maybe. Try a different one. Try that
Alright, why
other
is my
one that's
mouse?
kind of sort of close to it.
Why does my mouse have to die as soon as I go to my page?
Hint,
Are you
hint,
asking if you
Elvish,
know
hint,
what
hint.
Elvish is? Yes, you know Elvish, Auntie.
Alright, then I'll be like, okay, let me retry that. Repeat, but in Elvish. We mean you no harm as a whole.
She looks very confused.
Kid is just gonna take a crack at this because Auntie did it, and he looks towards you, and just for shits and giggles, in Celestial, he says, "You can trust us."
She looks back in Celestial and says thank you.
And he offers his hand once more to help you up on the wagon, which isn't hopefully needed, but you are feeling a little wobbly still.
Scales would like
Or
to.
just in tube, so.
Yeah. Scales would like to telepathically say to Damon, so you don't hear this. You understood what she said?
Did you reply in Celestial, right? Yeah,
Yes.
and he says yes. Back to you, Scales.
Okay.
Um, so do you go inside the wagon now?
Yes.
It's funny. You've seen this like serpent girl like just standing by this door. You climb into the wagon, and she has it like kind of open, and you can kind of see in. The room that you're in is relatively dark. Past the door, you see lights, a lot brighter than the room that you're in. And you look through the door, and you see a grand foyer to a gigantic mansion. And coming down both sets of stairs, you see ghostly servants. Some of them in carrying like drink trays, like just random, like just tidbits of stuff at the ready. And they are all just sitting there. You hear faint music coming from it. The mansion is designed mostly with marble, gold, wood here and there, but it is beautiful.
Yeah, it feels. Although it's like a mansion, it's supposed to give like a homely feel. There's paintings on the side of like landscapes and such things. And you see Scales like speaking to the butters like, could you prepare a small dinner, something warm? Ooh, shepherd's pie. Shepherd's pie should be delicious.
And the young man who helped you into the cart kind of walks in ahead of you and kind of gestures you to enter.
I follow.
As you walk in, you feel a shift in temperature. In here, it's a little warmer, and you can feel moisture in there. Not like, to the point of like super balmy, but it's nice. It's comfy.
Oh goddess, I haven't been in a place this nice in well over a century.
And you see one of the ghostly attendees kind of float over to you. May I offer anything?
um, I'm fine. I'm fine.
I will be here if you need anything. And he kind of just floats back a little bit and kind of goes up to a wall and just kind of sits.
Yes, if you need anything from the staff or ghosts, you only need to ask.
Really, anything. Seriously, you can test them. They're quite amazing, honestly.
Thank you.
Bella, can you give me a watermelon as well? As the Bella goes and comes back, and now Scales is holding a watermelon. See?
Yes.
Your kindness is appreciated.
It's no problem.
Maybe we should take her to the, and he kind of points to the right, to like the living room kind of lounge area.
I totally forget that we have a living room.
Yeah.
We do have a
That was out of
living room.
character. But
Yes, the living room should be perfect. Auntie, could I have a quick word with you before?
still get
Their
used to
way
it.
is always a good way to do it.
It's very strange. It's very strange because as a few of them begin to enter, you see the young man who like helped you up and stuff with the white hair. He kind of walks over, picks up like a rectangular thing, points it over towards like almost like looking like a glass mirror, hits something, and then you see scenery start to play on it. Like it, for a lack of a better word, for the player he just turned on a TV.
The fuck kind of. What?
Think of it as moving art. It's pretty good, actually.
The fuck is
To
that?
kind of explain, I suppose now's as good time as any.
Please have a seat.
Thank you. She sits down steadily, still a little bit woozy, but she sits down carefully.
The couch, amazingly comfy.
You've entered a modern day living room. It's great. Auntie, just come here for a moment, and Scuzz is just going to drag Auntie to the side before going in. I wasn't sure in regards to her bedroom preferences, so I just added an extra bed into your rooms, as you could be aligned somehow. I hope you don't mind. We can adjust it
Oh.
afterwards once we figure out her wants.
I mean that I have no complaints. I'm surprised you just didn't give her Kurgetten's room.
I kind of want to keep that for the moment.
That's fair, I understand that.
Anyway.
No, that's perfectly fine. I'm sure I can help her acclimate.
Let me go back in.
Sorry
Okay.
about that.
You're fine. This is your home.
In a way of speaking, we kind of found this magical wagon here,
And
but
it just so
go on.
happens we can make a home out of it. If
so
oh, go ahead.
go on.
No, go
No,
ahead.
are you sure? Okay. The
Let
the
the awkwardness continue.
Yes.
the amenities you see around here, I'm sure they're very foreign to you. To give context, we all woke in similar situations to you.
Before you continue on. This is all very strange. I'm in a new place. I don't trust anything, and I'm not going to do anything that's going to hurt you. But would you mind if I do something for my own peace of mind?
As if it brings no harm to us.
It will bring no harm to you physically, I promise.
Okay.
I mean, sure. Yeah, we don't want you to feel,
You mentioned physically. Does it happen to be other type of harm?
No, I mean, it causes no harm. It just makes it easier for me to believe things.
Can I do an insight on that,
Yeah,
Damon?
I would like to inside that as well.
Sure, go ahead.
Not gonna lie, I like to get on that
I didn't
train.
mean to push that.
That's fine.
Okay, go ahead and roll insight.
Yeah,
Ooh, not bad for me.
14.
You sense and notice, with their body language, how they're speaking, there's a certain timidness to this, like they're kind of walking on eggshells a bit. Given the circumstance, it's understandable. Like, they definitely have like a defensive posture, but that's kind of what it is. It feels like a defensive posture, and you don't really sense any malice or anything. Like, it's more pleading.
Okay.
Well, I don't mind. Guys, what do you think?
As long as no harm comes, I see no reason not.
To be fair, I mean this by just letting you know as well. She would be severely outnumbered. If she was to do anything harmful, that
Just
would be at
maybe,
her
it's
disadvantage.
It's not.
I'm just saying, I believe her
No,
not to
it's
do
not.
I
anything
know, but
stupid.
yeah, okay. No, go ahead.
Aster starts to cast Zone of Truth.
Okay. You guys basically see like a shimmering kind of aura start to emanate from her after she casts it, or as she begins to cast it, and it starts to just kind of cascade. And by the end of the incantation, like it kind of spreads out, and you feel this aura kind of penetrate all of you. It doesn't feel threatening, but it feels like it will definitely come with some type of compulsion or um yeah, something's kind of creeping into your brain a little bit. It doesn't feel super
Or
threatening. Do you
or the
resist?
No.
I won't resist, but I would like to see if I can do a check to find out what arcane magic that was.
Okay, give
yeah, I
me.
was on the same check of that. I was like, can the arcane people
Yeah,
figure it
I'll try
out?
not.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you guys can do lots of stuff. You just gotta ask for it.
Nice.
I don't have a
Scale.
clue.
Oh my gosh, I think she's trying to kill you. You're pretty sure this is a fireball spell.
She
Auntie,
sprints. She like,
this is zone of truth. Um, you've seen people do it before. Anytime there was a matter in court and someone was playing a trick and really need to get to the bottom of it, you've seen this cast before. Scales, yeah, she's trying to kill you all.
yeah, she just like winces, thinking it's a fireball, and I just puts her back against the door and just waits for the inevitable explosion.
I gotta
of death.
ask, did you instinctively transform?
Yes, she would have done. Yeah.
Okay.
Instinctively.
As you
Yeah.
like finish casting it and it starts to ripple, you watch as the serpent girl like literally turns towards the door, starts to dive off the couch, turns into a snake, leaving all of her clothes behind, and just kind of goes right up to the door, like backing away from everything, kind of letting out some hissing.
Scales, you alright there?
She just kind of, you just see like the snake head pop up, do like like stick her tongue, like
Yeah, in Scales, you do see the aura stops like right in front of you, so you're currently not in the aura.
Wales, you don't have. Oh, God.
Scales would telepathically just say to the kid, because it's the only way she can talk now. Are we dead?
No, I feel fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you look at the rest of the people in the party; they're just kind of sitting there.
You see the
Yes.
snake slowly with like now kinking her tail from the previous session.
Oh, that reminds me.
Yes. Sliver hiss, sliver hiss, sliver hiss, or sliver ow, sliver ow, sliver ow, as she goes
You
to her
take 4
clothes.
points of damage because in a panic you just plopped onto the ground,
Yeah.
instigating your injury. You're a little hurt. That's gonna, that does not feel good.
Yeah. And
Which only adds to the panic of you thinking you were gonna die because you immediately felt pain, and now you're up against the door.
yeah. But no, you'll see her like slowly slither back into her clothes and become humanoid again wearing her
Okay, you
clothes.
entered in the aura. Do you resist? You
Look-
feel the effect start to hit you again.
She looks at her other party members and stuff and be like, oh, okay. I'm okay.
So, yeah, so the serpent just kind of untransformed, puts her clothes back on real quick, and awkwardly sits back down to the couch, just going, okay, yeah.
Sorry, it's been a day.
You're
Yeah,
quite.
Hmm?
But sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. It's a zone of truth. My people do it a lot. We find it helps create a peaceful situation. If everything's on the table and there are no lies and deceit.
Well, I can tell you, I am a horrible liar.
He is a horrible liar, to be fair.
I probably wouldn't try. Every time I've ever tried, it's failed miserably. But I
For what it's
understand
worth.
your suspicion.
Yeah. You'll have
And
to.
for what
Excuse me, I'm a bit paranoid of late, so yes.
Also, we should probably do full introductions before we get into the questioning.
Yes.
Believe the only ones that haven't introduced ourselves are, um, you may call me, well, everyone calls me Auntie, but proper introductions would be Leo of the Thrice Cursed.
Hello, Leo.
Please, Auntie's just fine.
I'm Damon, also known as Delta, also known as the Kid. Hi.
Hi.
I'm Scales. Um, High Priestess to Damon. Do you recognize what I am?
Do I recognize what she is?
Oh, this is gonna be an interesting one. Go ahead and give me a history check.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. This is gonna be. I'm. Part of me hopes you roll high, but I've seen your
It's
character
not gonna
sheet.
happen.
Perfect.
You've never
Great
seen
first
anything
roll,
like
by the way.
Um, well, also -2.
Oh yeah.
Um,
That gives us an
you,
insight on what your stats are.
you've never heard or seen of anything like this. You've heard of serpentine creatures before. You've heard of, draconic beasts, lizard people. You don't know what she is. She looks humanoid-ish. There are certain faint serpentine features and stuff with structure and look. Serpentine eyes with a black sclera where the whites of the eyes are now black. Golden scales, and you're just like,
I honestly have no clue what you are. You're pretty,
Oh,
that's
thank
for
you.
sure, but I have no clue.
Oh,
ooh,
thanks.
maybe you can answer this question because you understood the one language. Do you know what I am?
Would I know?
You really
Um,
like much more than a boy?
he looks
Well,
like a dude
human.
with white hair, fit, muscular. Besides that, like his eyes has the black sclera, and he has on his pupils they're more serpentine like, but not like as sharp as the other ones. Like these ones are a little bit more thicker of the black part of the iris.
A little more
Um,
subdued.
well, just more thicker.
Okay.
And instead of gold, it is like a tealish color.
You're pretty as well, but
And his cheeks immediately go pink and go, "Oh, thanks."
Kestrel chuckles.
Well, to introduce myself further, Scales, High Priestess of Damon here, Yanti. And she does a small bow.
I will let you do a separate history check with the name Yanti.
alright.
Let's see how this goes.
Believe in you.
We both see my character sheet.
Better.
You've heard of Yanti just because you heard him, towards the later part of your life that, it was an enemy that you guys had to deal with. You never had any personal interaction with it, but you know that they were a very evil, vile race that followed a dark god and practiced many beliefs that, were not great. Cannibalism, dark ritual, stuff like that.
I've heard things about Yonti, terrible things, but
Yeah, they're
I have never met one, and I tend to reserve judgment for those I have met.
You
Did
see her
she,
go kind of I'm trying to think, hold her breath for a minute when you said you've heard of them, and there's reserve judgment for who those are met. It's like, oh, thank God.
Question, DM, because it seemed like there was kind of a more sharper tone to that last end. Did she make any movement or kind of look towards Kestrel? Because he's been kind of keeping an eye on that.
Have you?
Yes.
Yeah.
So she kind of looked at him,
There
right?
are some pointed and directed statements towards you when discussing
Yeah.
certain aggressive perspectives, let's say.
Yeah, I've kind of noticed that.
But I mean, Kestrel, that you can probably, given your history, you can put two and two together.
Have
You know,
we met?
elves were a constant, like just the different factions of elves was a constant enemy for you guys.
Yeah, have we met? Kestrel raises an eyebrow.
I don't remember you per se, but I remember your people.
Oh, well, I guess to further explain.
Technically, half of his people. Though from the
Yeah.
stories, his other
Which
half
does he look
It's
more
gonna be,
like for?
I did ask that previously, but anyway, that was a different thing. Anyway, to further explain, my adopted name is Kestrel Godwin. I am half Goliath and half Drow.
You don't have to worry about him.
Er,
Yeah, sorry, getting used to it.
No
I'm still
offense.
getting used to it too.
No offense, but I have spent almost a century on the battlefield, scared shitless, trying to find peace. And you scam me because your people are the only people I have known, or your half people are the only people I've known to be bloodthirsty. No offense, but I have seen your half of your people, sorry, kill for just the pure joy of killing.
Kestrel, if you don't mind me saying, why didn't you explain what your role was on the drow side of things? That may ease it. Tensions.
It's just like a weird intervention.
Kinda,
A little
yeah.
bit.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, I personally take no pride in this stuff. My
And
people.
also, real quick, A Star. Keep in mind, Zone of Truth is still running. We'll let you know when it runs out.
All
So
right.
far, they all, that the Zone of Truth is affecting all of them. So whatever is being said is the truth.
Yeah, that's something I'm not proud of being. I'm not proud of those people who are, I guess, also my, for lack of a better word, captors. I was a slave under them for a while. Well, back when I was a man, and a long time
You know,
ago. But
only recently
and
got the promotion.
Auntie, shut up.
Yes, you just see Scales like go over to Auntie's mouth and just be like, shush, shush, shush.
Um, I was a cat. I was pretty much a slave and tool for them to be used for war making purposes, and I really wasn't part of their. Well, hang on, I'm turning. I really wasn't cared for by them, and I really don't have any pride in having been a part of them.
I'm sorry. I've seen what they've done to their enemies, and I can only assume for their captives, it's probably just as bad.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if you know. Yeah, I do have to apologize if you have ever come across someone like me. She kind of looks down.
If it helps, he's following like a really nice lady now.
That is
That's
true.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you a cleric?
No more ranger, but I can dance.
Yeah, what's the lady's name?
Illustrate.
Illustre.
If you would like, you can roll religion, but
Surprise
We'll,
at 20. Let's do this.
Come on.
we'll see.
Nat 20, nat 20, nat 20, nat 20. Nope.
Not 10.
yeah, name doesn't ring a bell.
I'm sorry.
I will say it has like kind of an elvish twang to it.
It sounds elvish, but I grew up very much sheltered.
Well, maybe you could tell us about yourself a bit in that.
Um, you've all introduced yourself. I'm sorry. I'm Esther. Just Esther. Um, I am an Asimar.
Does that ring any
Uh,
bells of?
Yeah, for us.
I immediately
Um,
went to roleplay before I realized I have to
roll
ask.
roll religion or history.
Or history? Okay.
If it's history, you have to be trained in it.
Okay, so
It's
probably
the same for both for me, Black religion.
Ooh, I'm trained in history.
21.
6. Makes sense.
Yeah.
21.
Okay.
Yay!
Scales Auntie, you've heard the term before. It is the name given to those of celestial parentage. Um, not necessarily like a god or anything like that, but angels, lower celestials, things of that nature. Um, and sometimes that bloodline can even extend a few generations, so their parent may not be celestial, but maybe their grandparent or great grandparent.
It's in
Skills,
the lineage.
yeah. Skills would
Close
just
lineage.
kind of like look you up and down and just be like, interesting. May I ask your heritage?
Well, that's that's quite a funny story. You see, my mama was a deva, but my father, well, he was an elf. I don't know. I mean, he stumbled in from a meeting with Io, and then he walked in on a sex party, and then Mama and Daddy just kind of got together, and then Dad went off to go to another meeting, and then Mom never saw them again. I mean, we didn't miss him. I'm happy,
The
but
kid is like just does a really big swallow, and his face is just very red and pink because you've just blazed by some subjects very nonchalantly.
Yeah,
No
Skills just
insight
got
needed.
like an open mouth. I'm like, I'm sorry. You said that your father stumbled in on a meeting with Io?
well, a meeting with some worshippers of Io
Okay, okay.
before
And it was
before
your mother was the Deva.
yes,
I'll just
beautiful.
piggyback the Dave on the previous roles for you guys. You've heard
Yeah.
of the term. It's like a type of angel.
Yeah.
You don't know much more than that.
I gotta ask this both in character and out of character because, like, I feel a bit confused. Did you say orgy?
I don't know why you're so confused about that. That's the most same thing she said.
um, yes. I mean, they're pretty common. They they were they were pretty common with my goddess.
And who was your goddess? You
And how
mentioned
come I
Sarah.
start
Io.
following them?
Sarah. The goddess Sarah. We lived
Sarah.
we lived together. Us and our goddess lived together, and this bubble of peace and happiness and joy and balance, and it was beautiful.
have I? Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll religion.
I'm getting in on
I'm,
that.
I'm only gonna allow this if you're trained in it.
Okay, I can't.
I'm trained.
Nope, not me then.
9.
Not trained enough.
Yeah, you guys have never heard of this goddess.
Okay.
Auntie, you know that there are a lot of goddesses, so
Uh,
yeah. But if you were with your goddess, so what is your goddess like why was Io worshippers there?
Oh, Io was great enough to take Sarah under his protection. I mean, Sarah is what you would call a minor goddess, but um, she wasn't. We weren't safe by ourselves. Um, just how gods are with power and
I
Yeah.
imagine it's the
Scales,
same.
Mm-hmm.
in the back of your brain you can hear just panic, panic, panic,
Yeah,
panic.
just like.
Um, Scales mentally, you go, or you hear, isn't that the name of, you know?
Yes. Let's just say, though, telepathically she's speaking. If she has that much of a connection, she could help you.
And he was like, what? So do we tell her?
Once we get the discussions going.
Should I loop everyone else in too?
Yes.
Okay. Immediately, you guys get caught up to conversation. Just, hey, did she just mentioned that name that we were hearing about and researching and looking? Me, panic. And
Just so there's a mental nod.
yeah, so yeah, and yeah, he just catches you guys up on that. And A-Star, there's a moment where they all just kind of go still and silent. You know, they're just kind of
Did
looking at you, nothing threatening or anything. They just go silent for a few moments.
Damon, why
did I
don't
say something?
Damon, why
Sorry
don't
about
you
that,
why don't you reintroduce yourself with the
Like, all the way?
now's as good a time as any. They're saying the truth is up. She'll have no
He
choice but
looks
to
towards
believe
you,
you.
Kestrel, like, do I?
Sure.
To be frank, this is the perfect time to do it because from what you said, Auntie, zone of truth, you know, we kind of have to say the truth.
I mean, if one of you don't say it, I will.
Why don't you do it, Damon?
Okay, and the kid kind of like stands up. Um, I'm Damon, also known as Delta, and I am an experiment. As he looks towards Scales, like shrugging his shoulders, like
You
to
got
what to
this.
call himself.
He's got a
Experiment.
sliver of God in him.
I may be a clone to Io, or created from him, or I don't know. We're not really quite sure, but
We believe
hi.
him to have some of Io's power. Clone or experiment, we're not sure.
I'm sorry. Io's dead. Io died. Io was killed in a plot by Set.
Keep in
Yes.
mind
Yeah.
your zone of truth still going too.
Mm.
Yes.
So,
There was a
Mhm.
bunch of. You know how we mentioned we all came from tubes? We were all.
Never mentioned that part.
Did we not?
You said
No,
you guys,
we
Mentioned it
haven't.
before,
you guys
I was
said you had
about-
similar experience.
Yes. We had a
I was
similar.
about to.
Sorry. I
No,
just
I
want
was
to
just-
continue before.
Yes, please go.
Yeah, we all came from tubes, similar experience to yourselves, except we didn't remember. We found evidence of Damon here being experimented
Awkwardly waves. He's
Yeah.
still standing. He doesn't know what to do.
on with something known as the arcane engine, which we theorize to believe has something to do with Io. Io as an individual may be gone, so I suppose we could relate Damon to being the last living remnant of him.
If I remember correctly, I thought that living remnants was in all of us, at least
May-
from the papers.
well,
Maybe we
not
actually
from Io,
don't.
though.
We don't,
We don't really know.
know. Damon's the
It-
closest to Io we've got.
We are going off of half the information
Yeah.
ourselves.
Yeah.
Learning.
To the DM, do I feel anything coming from Damon like I did around Saturday?
What kind of check would this be?
It's a vibe
Arcana?
check.
Well, no, because I gotta, because information you guys don't know. Well, she does. I'm. Give me a second. Let me just really think about this, because this is a very interesting point.
Alright,
What's that?
guess while you're thinking about that, hi!
Yeah, hi. We honestly didn't know you were coming today.
I called it.
Auntie did call it. Damon was
I
like,
did call it.
no, there can't be a new player. I planned this for months, blah 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 blah. There's no way it's a new player. And here you are.
Oh, come Alright.
Mainly because Damon told us you weren't coming, so.
Yeah.
I mean, story-wise, it made sense when he's like, "Hey guys, you want to open this box?" I'm like, "Okay, yeah, Damon's ready for the new character."
Um,
That said, though, what should we call you as a person? Is Esther fine as a person, or do you have,
You can call me Esther, you can call me Flower, you can call me Mary, you can call me MH, you can call me Mary Helen. I respond to about 20 names.
okay, you with the face. Okay. I want you to roll just a straight wisdom score. Just a straight wisdom.
real quick?
Okay, how do I do that on my character sheet?
On the left where it says your skills or your stats,
Yeah.
just go ahead and click the wording of it.
Yeah.
So just
Oh, there we go. It's
Yep.
clicking on a pot.
Nice.
okay. You're not getting like nothing like when you were in front of Sarah, and definitely not when you were in the presence of other ones. But
There's something there.
no, I'm not gonna say that. You spent enough time around Io. You know what they're capable of. Maybe see if there's something that they could do that was connected to them. Clearly not, anything special right now, but you don't know what he is, honestly. There's nothing damning and there isn't anything to prove the point.
I don't know how much knowledge I'll be. I spent time around Io. I mean, I lived in Io's court, but I mean, I lived in a subsection of Io's court, with Sarai. And to be honest, well, I mean, that's the truth. I was pretty fucking high for most of it, my friends.
She's just gonna look
Yeah,
to
Amelia.
Auntie and just be like, "Is this a thing with fey creatures?"
I'm
You-
not Faye.
If you don't mind, no offense. You look elvish, though.
Like I said, my mom, for lack of better words, she fucked an elf. And, I mean, he went off to do his business, and my mom got a 9-month surprise later. And it was me.
Also, though she said she was Azamar, because it looks the others.
I mean,
But-
true, but you could be half and half. Why can't she?
Well, I mean, to be fair, Kester really doesn't identify with either of them.
I think more so to the point. You got some elvish heritage in you. Pointy ears.
And
Yes.
and that little bit of elvish does technically make you fey. More fey than me, at least. Technically.
Okay,
Oh,
bigger
what the-
question. What was Io like? And he's kind of asked that super nervously.
Let's just say that before I was born, Sarai was looking for protection. My goddess Sarai is the child of two gods, of Saloon and Pelor, and both turned her away because, I mean, Pelor's a piece of work, if we're being honest with ourselves here.
Bit of a
Hello.
douche.
Oh, very much so. Can't stand to look at something that isn't him. And Saloon, almost the same. So, Io saying that Sarai was peace and balance and had the same beliefs, took her in. And honestly, that is what allowed my goddess to be, what allowed me to be. So I was a savior to my goddess.
Much like yourself, as she looks to Damon.
And he finally sits down for the first time after standing up and exclaiming the first bit of information. He's like, "Oh, those are some big shoes to fill."
No one can ever fill the shoes of a glutton.
He's trying. It's a dream of his.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's not really a dream of mine. I just said I would do it because people believe in me. But I'm starting to have my doubts.
I hope.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's a
Maybe
dream
hold
of
off on
scales.
that. Yeah, let's hold off on that for now, because that's something
No,
else entirely.
I got
Okay.
it. Scales thinks I can do it. I can do it.
Okay, first off, before we get more off topic on the fact that I think you just said you want to be a god, which whole thing to unpack, but where the fuck am I?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. That should be more on topic.
Scales gets out a map and she pulls it out to you and is like, I think we are.
What map?
here." Does she not
You
have?
mean
But
you mean the one that was poorly drawn?
Yes, the
Yeah.
poorly drawn map.
With-
Yes.
oh, perfect.
Okay,
Yes.
so you look at this very crude drawing where it's difficult to make stuff out.
Is there words on it?
No, it's probably not.
No.
Not really. There's like some markings, like a dot with like a little arrow pointing in a direction.
It's a map
It's
about
we
it.
like
drew to find
we
our
are
way.
here, we are going here, and there's this in between.
With like rough, like the distances aren't really fully indicated. You're assuming the way you're holding it, the top is north and the bottom is south, but there's no indicator on it, so you're like, yeah, it's
You-
wrong.
Y'all, you were. I don't want to offend you. You were so beautiful and kind, but this thing you were showing me makes no sense.
Yeah.
To be fair, we're not hopefully aware of exactly where we are.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah,
like,
Lost
uh,
ourselves.
But like what was said earlier is the bigger thing, and hearing from their stories in the past, is when.
Yeah,
yes.
so what's the
Do-
last date you remember?
Dates. You said you were the auntie, the meeting of Saloon and the other guards. That's the last thing I remember.
I believe it's the same date we all last remember.
Go ahead and just
Yes.
give me an intelligence check at A-Star to see if you remember what the date was.
Or, see if you're high off your balls and don't remember it like Auntie.
Oh, that's
Natural
Nice.
20.
Nice.
You remember because time was a concept that you got used to after you had lost your home and was brought into the war. Every day was a survival, so you learned to count the days. You learned to pay attention to them. You remember that the last date you remember was EA 784.
The last day I remember was EA 784.
And you would remember that EA stands for Everbright Era.
Yes. We
So,
know the dates currently to be 4074 AL or Afterlight.
current day I have is at an age 1156. Actually,
Yeah.
Is
it?
I don't know.
Remember, you guys are dealing with two different dates: the home date and then what
Mhm.
the world outside was.
Yeah.
Alan, where did I
Would
get the
you-
fourth? Alan, where did I get the Afterlife from? Because I thought that was what.
That's from the notes.
That's one of those.
That-
This is like real world
That's what
knowledge.
that's what
Oh,
the
I thought-
people of home
Yeah.
or had their
Hang
date.
on, sorry, there's too many people talking. Where did I get the 4,700?
From the notes, and that is the date of home.
Okay, sorry, you can scratch that then.
Yes.
I thought that was a Night Brick one.
No,
Yeah, no.
the Valera date, is the Adern age, 1000 something.
1156.
There you go.
1156.
One. Okay, updating my notes. Cool.
Yeah. So it's two dates you guys know.
If you guys don't mind, I could just divulge information. Seems to be one of the things I'm useful for. just start from the story when we woke up.
Well, first, we're guessing it's been about like, I don't know, 4 or 5 thousand years.
Plus.
Something like that, yeah.
Give or take.
Grabs the side of the couch.
Yes, I think we came from your time, as we too have similar memories of the island and the explosion and all the gods and stuff. But we woke up what we believe to be many, many, many years later.
Oh. Oh.
I would believe that we've been either, I'm not sure, possibly magically changed, protected to avoid the aging process. To be short, I don't know about yourself as an Azamar, but my people cannot live that long.
My people can live 800-900 years, but not 4,000, 5,000 years. They're all dead. Oh.
I'm sorry, Kestrel says.
Yeah.
I've lost everyone now.
Well, Well, us here, we've been come to known as the Lost Ones, be it lost to time or our past. And if you don't mind, you seem to fit along with us. You at least have us by your side.
Thank you, but to be honest, and I should be, I don't know how much help I can be to you.
And at this point, Zone of Truth drops.
Yeah.
Immediate insight.
Cool. Let's start lying all the time. Yeah. No.
Do you want to cast that again? Kestrel says.
Actually, I might have a less magically dependent way for you to trust us. You said you partook in the inebriation of one's mind?
Very much so.
Here, if you don't mind, there's some special herb from our homeland. Would you care to partake partake in it with me as well? It might ease the senses.
Can we also get snacks? The kid
Actually,
goes
yeah,
over
that is a fair
towards one of
point.
the
I
butlers,
I
just
did
like,
ask the butler to prepare shepherd's
Oh
pie.
yes, we're food is ready in the dining room.
Yes, would you be able to bring a small bowl over?
Okay, yes, mistress.
Of course.
And one of them floats away and comes back with a small bowl.
I meant with the food.
Empty, small bowl.
I meant. She just kind of looks at the butler, be like, I meant with the shepherd's pie in the bowl.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. It was my mistake.
He goes back, and a moment later, it comes back with shepherd's pie. And
Yeah.
the kid's like asking a different butler, like, "Hey, can you go get?" And he's like,
Yeah.
and so
Bring
over
the
the
entire
next,
dinner here.
yeah, basically over like the next few minutes, A-Star, you watch as these ghostly butlers kind of float in and start setting up like little tables, like trays, basically
TV
along
trays.
the wall. Yeah. And they just start filling all the tables. They move a few plants from some tables and some knickknacks, and they just start bringing in dishes of crackers, meats, cheese, bread, like just a smorgasbord of a lot of finger foods. There's the bowl of shepherd's pie. There's utensils and stacks. Basically, the room slowly begins to fill with snacks and sides and drinks and some other stuff. And as that all gets brought in, like a moment later, you hear music starting to come in, and you look over, and there's a group of the servants just playing instruments, just kind of,
Yeah. Scales.
I don't.
Oh, sorry. I just want to say, Scales will give you the bowl of shepherd's pie and just be like, you mentioned how you wasn't fussed on any particulars. This was a nice traditional meal from what we at the time called home. It's just some potato and some mincemeat, but feel free to partake. I would join in on the herb, but it doesn't do anything for me.
And at this moment, Auntie, because I'm assuming you would have asked for this,
Mhm.
a servant returns with a tray and all the amenities you need.
I would effectively start packing a bowl, and I will offer it gesturally to her, but as a sign of good faith, I would take the very light first hit to show like it's safe.
You watched this human auntie basically pack up, and then she uses this odd device to basically ignite it. It's like a little metal container, and she flicks it. There's a spark, and flame comes off of it. Very interesting. It's a lighter. Um, and takes a little bit of a puff, and you immediately smell the smoky, herbally flavor just kind of cascading through the air. And they offer it to you.
This is this is different from anything I've tried, but sure.
It's not as potent as the stuff from the wilds, or maybe even Elven, but it has its own unique kick to it.
I'll try it.
I will.
I've been
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I've been meaning to ask. No offense to your kindness or your hospitality, but it's just been on my mind. And as with the Zone of Truth, I like to tell the truth. I find it's easier to be peaceful people and to resolve things without violence.
And lying's hard. Like, it takes a lot of forethought, and like you get nervous and you just spit out the exact truth anyways. It's horrible.
So I was raised to just be honest and tell the truth. And just say what's on my mind. So, one question that's been on my mind. How do you afford a house this nice? What do y'all do?
Well, we've kind of stumbled upon it.
Literally found it
Accidentally.
a few days ago.
Yeah.
Quite literally, we found a wagon. We found this key, and Scales will gesture up to the key.
It also transforms.
Yeah, we can make a fancy wagon, a farmer's wagon, a normal wagon. Anyway, I effectively
Never mind.
designed the house.
Mhm.
I wasn't sure in regard to your particular taste, so I hope you don't mind. I did put a spare bedroom and access into Auntie's room, gesturing to Auntie, in case you wanted to sleep inside this house. But if you would like your own separate room, you only need to ask, and I can make it the next day.
Though,
You're-
with how she said her place sounded, she might be better off in the meditation room.
Perhaps.
Thank you for this and for um being honest. And I'm sorry, it's
It's a
It's
lot to
a-
take in.
God, are the drugs gonna kick in soon?
Oh, did you try some? Give me a
Oh, yeah.
Constitution saving throw. Constitution saving throw.
I would like
Big
to.
of a puff to
Yeah.
take.
I will say,
Yeah,
Scales
dude,
would
once
like to do an insight to see if it actually affects her as much
Sure.
as Auntie.
You don't cough hysterically, and after a few moments, yeah, you feel the veil kind of wash over you as you're definitely feeling a high.
Oh, that's starting to feel better. Okay.
But the downside of it is you are now also you're kind of still feeling weak, a little hungry, tired, and you just invited on that, and you can smell and look at a whole arrangement of food and drinks. Starting to get a little,
Munchies.
you're getting a little bit of the munchies after like 5 or 10 minutes.
I'm gonna start carefully digging into the shepherd's pie. Digging into it.
Yeah. There's a whole arrangement of stuff like you get like a few bites into your shepherd's pie, and Damon just kind of like goes over to the plate, starts messing with some stuff. He's like, "You really got to try this," and he shows you a dish that he prepped over a moment. And I'm just gonna tell you because you recognize it as a player, it's basically a burrito and a taco.
Ooh.
But your character, you've never seen anything like this.
Is
Well,
it
says-
good?
What was that?
Is it good?
It is delicious.
I look at him and I take a couple bites.
It's good. There's a little bit of a spicy kick to it, but it's not like overbearing. It's not like, oh god, my mouth. Like it has fresh veggies in it. You've had good tacos and burritos. Yeah, it's delicious.
Dear, did I notice the high taken effect on Aster?
Um, Go ahead and give me an insight.
Honestly, it depends on how well her sober poker face is.
Well, the other downside I got to think of is like, the one person you really get to compare it to is Auntie, and
Yeah.
Auntie's kind of weird all the time. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's hard to tell.
Okay.
She's digging into the food. Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Okay.
On the subject of honesty, I believe we all try to play that role. I myself will say many things and no one believes them here or there. No need to lie if that happens.
Actually, that would actually make up a good question of like, wait. To be clear, were you in the Feywilds, A-Star?
No, I was on the mortal realm. I was my so it's a story. And I start to say it between bites as I'm eating.
Mm-hmm.
I, as you know, because do you know about? Well, everyone knew about the death of Io. Um, but um, do you all know about Set?
You just see like Scale's eyes and be like, yeah. Yeah.
So, my goddess is the one that turned Set over to the council and
Right.
told them that it was Set that set up Io to die.
Right.
Scales.
Yeah.
You would know that a part of that legend was gods were not happy with Set's actions.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as told from your point of view, is he kind of slithered away from those problems as well.
Okay. So you said that Set was turned over to the council.
Yes, and
Religion check or history check from anyone who is trained in it,
No, not me.
or religion if you're trained in it.
do I need to do it in regards to Set stuff, or am I
This
going
is separate.
Or
and for everyone else?
Separate. It's separate from the set stuff.
Okay, so I would like to do I want to do religion.
I thought you said it was the same.
No, you said it was different, so I just wanted to.
Never mind. So
Hmm.
scales,
Yeah.
nada.
Yeah.
Auntie, you've heard the term before. Especially in relation to gods in the Dawn War. There was a faction of the good gods that basically oversaw a lot of the actions and kind of war effort amongst the upper planes and all of its enemies. And these would commonly be referred to as the Council of Gods, or there was a few terms for it. You gather that's what
council.
they're talking about.
Scales would like to telepathically say to Damon, tell the others not to mention my connection to Set.
Oh yeah, that would be a good reminder with your one roll. No, never mind. I forgot what you rolled for a second. Yeah, so you guys get that message.
so Set and his followers, obviously, with Set being punished, and Set and everyone within Set's, how do you say it?
Hey?
Realm or domain?
Yes, those who sided with Set weren't happy with Sere. And without Io, our goddess was without protection from the other gods. And basically, we had one more year. And Cesare went missing. And I stopped feeling my connection to her. And we tried to stay in the home that we'd made, but we couldn't. Set's followers came for us to, God knows what happened to Sarai, but as followers of Sarai, we were now targets. And it took us years to find a home again. We spent years searching, being chased, being tracked down. I lost my mother. And like I said, Pelo's a dick. Turned us away. Saloon took us in under the premise that we would all fight. Which, if you think about it, clerics and devotees of Sarai, a goddess of peace and promoters of peace and non-violence and love, being first up on the battlefield.
The white-haired gentleman just kind of gets up. He's like mid-bite, kind of jaw a little bit open, kind of just sets the food down, like really quickly swallows the bite, and as you're saying, he just kind of walks up and gives you a hug.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to bring up such bad memories, but you mentioned cleric. Are you a cleric?
Yeah, yes.
She just kind of looks over to Auntie and Kestrel and down to Henny. Given your, say, love of peace and stuff, would you be adept at healing magic?
Yes. I know a couple spells. I have to say I'm not much of a cleric ever since, for all I know, my god is dead. Not that I know if gods can die, but I have no connection. I felt no connection to her. So all I can do is hope and pray, and I can't learn anything new.
Have you felt your god since you woke up just now?
Yeah, I was about to ask that.
I felt nothing.
From what we understand, previously the gods were on the mortal realm. We believe them to be not on the mortal realm anymore. There's still connections and feelings, but I don't know if that's gonna affect you in any way. Whether that
mean that they're...
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't mean that they're dead. You just may not be able to physically see them. We don't actually know.
With Illustrate. That sounds like a pretty close connection to me.
That's also true, yeah.
That's probably the closest connection we've had so far.
I mean, we don't really know all the rules for the god stuff. We just know.
Yeah.
It's more so they've fallen silent or not around.
I'm gonna be super honest. On the whole, we really don't know a lot of what's happening or going on, or the world situation, or really much of anything else.
Thank you for your kind thoughts and concerns, but before I came here just now, my god has been silent for 110 years.
I guess it's close to 1,000.
Immediately in the back of your brain scales, it's like, how old is she?
Yeah, she's just like, huh. How old does she otherwise look in comparison to, say, human or...
Definitely mature adult, not showing any extreme signs of aging or anything like that. I mean, if you had to put a guess on it, it's kind of hard, especially with, the she has like her appearance is otherworldly. Like there's
Yeah.
definitely that celestial in her.
Yeah.
And elven. So it's hard to say, but maybe later 20s, early 30s, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Mid to mature elven.
Kind of, definitely an adult. It's hard to say. I mean, it's a tricksy race.
Yay.
Hmm.
Um.
So it could be realistically like from 28 up to like maybe 700. You don't
Yeah.
know.
But
Somewhere in between there.
otherwise, body physical features, late 20s,
Um,
maybe.
yeah, definitely fit. Like there is a little, not a little. There's a solid bit of mass and stuff to her. She's not like thin railed or anything. There's,
Yeah.
muscle shape to it, not like super ripped. And she's a
Fine.
she's a little more robust than you would be used to seeing in a lot of elven people as well.
But-
Definitely has the elven height.
But I remember you saying you was tired. This must still be getting to you. If you need some time to rest, I'm sure Auntie will be able to show you to some quarters.
Um, thank you, thank you. I think I'm starting to feel the tracks. um, thank you so much, and thank you for this. And I assume that y'all are the ones that got me out of the bottle, so thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I
Welcome.
just hit stuff.
If you need any help, I can try. Anything I can try to offer.
Well, at this point, I'm assuming the whole group just kind of looks at Auntie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, every
Um,
single one of them just kind of looks at Auntie, and you look on their one arm. There's a splint in like wrappings around it. It looks like there's something wrong with their arm.
My arm is effectively in a sling.
Yeah.
Um, I can try to help with your arm.
If you would be so kind to, that would be very welcome.
Okay, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds at level 2.
Go ahead and give me a medicine check before that,
Oh, cool.
just because you are, you got to get close and you got to look at it a little bit.
Sounds
Um,
good.
This
Let's
should go over awesome.
oh, fuck, man. That's dumb. Oh, no, wait. Oh.
Okay. It's hard to tell. So you reach out, you cast the spell. You feel the magic rush through you, Auntie, as the warmth. I mean, you guys have seen spells like this before.
Yeah.
Um, you feel a little better, Auntie, I guess, but it's momentary.
Big
try to
question I have. Yeah, I'll.
You
Yep,
try to
go,
move
go.
your hand, and no response. As you guys have already had nights to rest and healing magic in most of you guys, healing magic helps, but broken bones and stuff, it needs time to heal unless there's higher magic.
You would see Auntie attempt to move it, and a little bit of resignation on her face, and, well, thank you, that's much appreciated, and the pain has been relieved of some sort, but I feel this might mean more time.
I, I, I can only do 2 healing spells. Like I said, I'm basically cut off from my god.
What's the second, may I ask?
Lesser restoration.
Try that
But-
one.
Let me double check that I had that spell slot.
At second level, you use your last second level.
Alright. So, yeah, I would Yep, I'd well, nope, I can't. I'm sorry, I don't have enough power right now. I'd have to sleep before I can cast it again. I'm.
T will put a hand up to stop you. It's perfectly fine. It's the thought that counts.
I'm sorry.
Maybe get some rest. So
Yeah.
I'm sure you're tired.
I
Yeah.
can function in the morning.
I would appreciate that. Thank you. Do you want me to show her to your quarters now, or would you like a bit of time?
Um. Yes. I think. I think I need to sleep.
Also,
Okay.
I thought about it. I know she could always take my room. I'm not going to be using it.
Kessel chuckles.
I'm literally going to be moving rocks. Like I don't need it.
If that is what you wish, Damon, then of course. And she'll like clap to the butler and say, "Hey, Esther can go into Damon's room if she
And
wants
mentally,
to."
Scales, you get told this. Yeah, I'm just a little worried about shoving this person who's obviously been through a lot in a room, confined space with Auntie for the night.
That's actually probably a really smart idea. I don't think about that.
Yeah, I thought like maybe just some rests and quiet alone time to process.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, y'all want
Gives
the
you like
two
a
of them to
mental
just
hit
get stoned
there.
out of their minds?
Oh god. Yeah. Damon, why don't you show Esther to your room?
Oh, okay, okay. And he kind of like puts his plate of food down. Um, this way. He awkwardly like does like a semi weird bow, like he's awkward. He doesn't know how to deal with the situation, so he does that and then just starts walking up the stairs.
Is there something wrong with her bunking with me?
Oh no, hang on.
Hey, want? Yeah,
Esther's.
should Acer go?
Oh, I imagine that was after they left. Sorry.
I just.
Well, Aster, do you follow the kid up to
Yeah, I follow him.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Kessel will say, she may just want some alone time for now.
Yeah, Damon brought up a. I mean this by no offense, Auntie. A very good point of probably wanting to be alone, and it may not be safe for two people that seem to enjoy getting high in a confined room.
I was more surprised you didn't just give her own room, Scales.
I don't know what she likes. Like, I don't know how to design her room. I don't want to give her like a
Normal
basic
room.
room. I don't know. What if she wants to like nap in a hammock? I don't know. What if she doesn't nap at all? What if she doesn't want a room?
Scales is
overthink
worried
it.
about the star rating that
Yes.
she's
Exactly.
worried about her Yelp score.
Yeah.
Kessel goes like, you're kind of overthinking it, but whatever.
Hey, it's my house.
I can't believe it's in the kid's name.
So Esther, you get brought up to the second floor. You get taken to the left.
I just realised what's in that room. Ah. Hero posters everywhere.
Oh yeah. I thought you meant the other stuff. I'm like, no, that's hidden.
No, no, not that.
You get brought into the room, and as you open up the door, or as he opens it for you, you see a very large bed, very grandiose. Like you're talking like royalty level. There's shelves with like basically trays of snacks and stuff like that. There's a box, like a white box, and next to the bed that you're like, what the hell is that? Um, yeah, and just from head or from the bottom of the ground to the top of these very tall, like almost 15-foot ceilings, just posters of like people in weird costumes. They look weird. You don't recognize any of them, and they're all seeming like in weird poses. Basically, for player perspective, you're basically seeing a whole bunch of like Avenger ad posters and like superhero posters,
Yeah.
just all across the room.
Yeah.
Um,
There is one poster specifically that's basically got everyone that you've seen before. She's taken out the previous person because no. But yeah, basically all in again hero pose, like whatchamacalls it? Like Avengers Endgame levels of us in a poster.
Yeah, so it's basically a comic book nerds room, basically. Like, you're like, yep, this belongs to a 15-year-old child who really likes superheroes. But to you, it's weird. You don't recognize these people. You're like, cool. They look pretty. They're very well done. Some of them really realistic. Then he shows you over to the side room where there's a gigantic bathroom with a large tub, a shower, toilet, everything, and he takes you over to the white box and he opens it and you see like little containers of food and drink. And he's like, "This is a fridge. You can just grab stuff, if you need it throughout the night." And um, uh, Roberto over here, and he points to the ghost, a ghostly servant that's just floating there. He can wait on you. You can have him wait in the hallway or here. He can leave you a bell. But enjoy. And he kind of begins to like awkwardly and kind of quickly like shuffle out of the room.
She's just gonna walk around the room, looking at everything, touching the walls, just trying to walk out her emotions almost.
And the whole time there's just a servant there floating.
You, you don't need to stay, Roberto. I'm fine.
Would you like me to wait in the hall then?
Yes, please.
And he floats over to the door, opens it, closes it, and you're left in the room alone.
Is there a window in the room?
There is not, but you do see another one of those weird screens that you saw in the living room. And on the table you do see the same like little rectangle thing that, the kid was kind of messing with, that was kind of swapping through the pictures and turning it on.
Is the under the bed, is it hollow? Or is it like, where the birds have where you can't go under them?
Um, I don't think it was described. Probably,
It was like a 4-post thing. It's like a really grand
yeah, it's a
bed.
4-post. So it would have space underneath.
Okay, so she's going to take a pillow,
Okay.
take a blanket, and
Okay.
crawl under the bed
Okay.
and let herself cry herself to sleep.
Okay.
Oh.
It's hard because it's very easy because as soon as you grab the pillow and the blanket and you get scrooched under there, as soon as like you go to like just put your face towards the pillow, this pillow is really nice. It's really soft and it's basically just hugging your face. So between that and the super awesome comfy blanket that's just kind of wrapped around you, feeling, yourself in this enclosed space, kind of secluded, you feel like you're alone and you just let it all out.
Aw.
And yeah, after you start to peter out a bit, you just, you find yourself comfy because again, it's a pillow. You might have to move your face a bit to get out of the puddle you left on it. But yeah, rest does come to you. So, everyone else.
Whew. That went much better than I expected, in all honesty.
You're gonna try killing us.
I mean, yeah.
Sounds good.
Also, am I now the only one without white hair?
Technically, yes.
It was more like silver, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Though she said stuff that concerns me. We're all in agreement, right? Not to mention, the whole Seth, sacrifice, doom, gloom. Father was worshipper of Seth.
She does seem pretty accepting. Kester
She-
apologized and stuff.
Yeah,
She-
she literally looked at me and thought I was gonna murder her.
She said she followed a goddess of peace.
Also, on
Yes,
top
but-
of that,
There's
Oh,
one thing following a goddess of peace, but then she mentioned of my people potentially killing her god. So,
Well, I
Also,
mean,
you kind of want to punch Set in the face through the
I,
yeah,
crowd.
that's kind of my point.
I do. I just want to figure out a bit more before I divulge that, if you don't mind.
I mean,
If
it's your
you
path, so yeah, up to
I
you.
mean, yeah, we'll stand by you, but she does have the zone of truth thingy. Like, maybe you could use that and be like, "Hey, I want to punch him in the face," and then
Next,
she'll be
I
like,
would
"Do it,
definitely
I
lead
want to
with
punch
that.
him in the face,"
yeah,
and
when
then
she next do Zone of Truth, I will just randomly shout out.
zone of truth
hate.
me,
Yeah, Zone of Truth me. I hate Sir. Cool, we're buddies now. Yeah.
and then explain like, I said that, but my daddy may have been his number one worshiper and may or may not have had some involvement, and maybe not say that part, but maybe I don't know.
And
I'm gonna go with rocks.
yeah, and Set may want to kill me so he gets more power. Yeah.
Well,
Yay.
on the topic of deities, Scales, could you teach me about the ritual?
Um. Yes, I did want to have a word with you, Auntie. Um. She just looks over to Castro and just be like, I kind of want to do this like official, like church business.
Wait, did she say that out loud, or is she just staring?
Oh yeah, she's saying that out loud.
I
You know,
mean,
like how
whatever
someone's.
you're planning, you have a house with almost near unlimited resources
Yeah.
and like a good 40 something servants to help you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not. It's not that. I was more debating whether to have Castro in the room whilst discussing church business.
Oh,
Okay. So hang on. You guys appoint me your leader, but like apparently I'm excluded like from this whole thing.
I imagine.
Just, like, a
you're in
figurehead at
charge
that
of the
point?
Justice League. You're not in charge of the Church.
Yes,
of
I
David.
imagine this like how my father treated it. Like, our kin was our kin, but when it came to
Now-
specific religious matters, that went to my father. You know,
To cut you off there, but also your father sounds like a douche.
he is a douche. Yeah.
So, how about instead of just church business, this is Godwin business?
How about this? When it comes to the otherwise Church of Damon, that goes to obviously me, the High Priestess. But you
Well, I
can
already
you
figured
can
that,
you
but-
can be around to sit and listen. Just
Yeah. I figured that. Like, I mean, I don't mean to say I have say in it. I was meant to say it seemed a bit rude to literally say, "Oh, hey, fuck off. This is church business." That seemed rude to me.
Do you
As
switch?
well.
Do you flip your hair when you say that?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I put my hair back and forth. I'm sorry, I'm getting used to this. Is weird. Okay, Auntie, you was on about you're wanting to be a part of this. I want to know. Put your hand on your chest, like a valve type thing, whatever you do.
Slow
for
down
valves.
to the slinged hand that's by my chest. Okay, now what?
The other hand, I want this to be meaningful.
Fine, I'll entertain you on this. Yeah, I do so.
Thank you. Okay. Hand on heart, and all of that jazz. Do you truly believe in Damon? Not as Damon the kid, Damon your, son or child, but Damon as your patron and your god. You will follow Damon in anything and everything. If he asks you to go into a potentially dangerous place that would otherwise be death, would you follow him in the confidence that he has your back?
I mean everything. Scales. I understand the draw and appeal to worshipping deities, but look, on the terms of patron, yes, fully. And I see this as a way of supporting him as he can support me. But I'm not really following the religious fervor that you might be. I don't see the point of taking to a religious extreme. More of a I help you, you help me, but family.
As
The
Kestrel's taking a big hit out of the bong or whatever's there.
Oh,
And
you just take it out of Auntie's satchel.
Well, the kid, Acer had it left, so like I imagine it was just kind of sitting there. So it's fine.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, there's tons there that was provided by the house.
Also true,
Oh,
yeah. So I'll
yes.
just take one of the random ones, right? And but basically, as he Kestrel is taking a big hit, as he literally says, their whole thing is about making a religion.
It's,
And I understand and I support that, but
I want you to. I don't want you to take this vow because this ain't a deal with a patron. This is more towards a vow towards a god. I don't want you to make this vow with Damon. Say, hey, I'll support you, purely to get your arm back. I want you to mean it. This takes a lot of energy from him, and it gives you a lot. I want, I thought of if you was to go down that route, being a promoter of, religion of
Wanted-
hope.
give me an insight check, just because you've been around scales enough, and
or insight you said?
yeah.
Sorry, fat thumbs.
Intimidation, Jesus.
Never mind. Continue on. So close, right?
I'm speaking to you as his high priestess. I do not feel comfortable about giving you knowledge of the religion if you do not truly believe in him. And I mean truly.
When would you believe? If you mean believe as in, is he capable of reaching deity status? Yes, I believe he is capable of it. Do I believe that he's powerful or mutually beneficial? You two are kin. My kin.
You can't see him as kin though. Once this vow's made, he is your patron. He comes above everyone else. I'm sorry, Kestrel, I know you're the leader in this, but there's a leader of a group and then there's patron. There's a difference. Again,
Do the two have to be mutually one and the same though?
in this, yes. He needs, in order to become the deity that you believe he could become, he needs to have followers. He needs to have people that believe in him. I will not let him waste his power on someone who doesn't. Again, you saw how much of a toll it took just to get me connected to him. I thought he was going to die. I will not experience that again for someone that doesn't.
I was there alongside you. I've fought alongside both of you for all of this. If it wasn't for the fact that the boy is willing to step forward to our defense, my natural instincts would be to step forward in the way of a blade in front of him. Allegiance, faith, whatever you want to call it. I have that in spades for not only him, but you as well.
Then I ask again. Do you take this vow as seeing him again, not just as a child, but as your patron and your god? Will you take the gift that he gives you in restoring your arm and his power and spread the word of his?
I don't know if I could back a horse of one deity. I've
I'm not
seen
asking
them
you
walk.
to back the horse of one. I'm asking you to back his horse.
Of course. I just know where I'm coming from.
And you must know mine. I can't. And she was about Like, she had this book in her hand, and she just closes it shut. Until you can make that vow with 100% honesty and truth, I can't give this ritual to you. As much as it pains me to say, I would love for you to have your arm back, but I will not risk it. And she walks out, goes to her room. Or actually, no, she goes to where Damon is.
Wait, so David's just like, you just gotta go to the couch right by him?
Oh yeah, Damon went to put rocks out and stuff.
She's moving around,
Okay.
so
Yeah, she'll go out.
She just
and,
left the house.
Okay. Was there give you to that? Yeah, like as she left. That's kind of why I asked if you were sure about that, because you know, for them that stuff goes hand. Oh, and you see, Kessel's probably a bit high right now.
You see Auntie kind of reach over and take one for herself. Kind of look at it. I've walked alongside deities, Kestrel. They've saw refuge into the wilds. Backing... I don't doubt that he can reach it. I believe fully he can. But... I don't know if... The religious virulence for... that, for these beings that I've seen their majesty. I've seen first-hand experience. It would be wonderful if you could get even a sliver of that. But I've also walked alongside them. How am I supposed to... I don't know, commit fully to someone you saw, maybe not as equals, but someone your footsteps were along to?
Maybe by recognizing his path is different from yours. Takes another hit. Because you kind of keep on like seem to be focusing on the fact that you're working together. At the same time, though, like if Scale's plan does come to fruition, his path will end up much differently than wherever yours may be.
I find it hard, that's all.
Yeah, well,
I
I think that's kind of why Scales is saying, you know, unless you're kind of resolved to help them and kind of eventually believe in what they are saying, then maybe it's best if you hold off on getting the ritual.
So you just kind of look to the pipe in her hand and just kind of set it aside and attempt to move her hand once more.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, sorry, I just hit straight wisdom.
Do you have proficiency in wisdom saving throws?
No. Also,
Okay.
I got that one.
You try to move your arm, you get a little pissed because there's nothing. And you kind of just instinctively go, Gah! You know, flex in like kind of anger. And you kind of shake your arm and you feel that, oh, pain. You're not hurt, but it hurt.
That's...
Plus, there's always the chance that like her other healing spell may be able to fix it.
How's that, I suppose?
Yeah, but you know, this is kind of thing you probably shouldn't try to rush into. That's kind of like what I was getting at the other day. You know,
I
if
just
you're
don't...
like, go ahead.
I just don't see myself binding to something so strict. It's... In the wilds, it's all free will, all... You follow your own path. You can't align yourself to one sole will. Working alongside one another, sure. Exchanging power, of course. But freedom is one of the things that's valued most, that I value most.
Oh no, I totally get that. I mean, since getting my own freedom, like it's it is remarkable how much like people take it for granted. But yeah, like that's kind of how religion is, though. Like heck, my own experiences with like devout followers of Loth and whatnot. Like they are like very much like hey, it's Loth or nothing. Like, and it will kill you if you're anti-Loth or anything like that. Like, I
And
don't think that's the way Scales is planning on going with Damon, but at the same time, though, religion is religion, and beliefs are very like, oh, you're either in this or not.
and I'm in. I would give anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I just kind of look to my arm.
Mm-hmm.
Anything. Anything to help them. To anything to bolster them. To support them. But there's only one line I couldn't cross, and this line that she proposes, I easily could. I truly could.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, if you were given a choice to pick your master, no matter how kind, you're still picking a master.
Yeah.
What about you? Is it a choice you can make?
Guess kind of looks up from the pipe or whatever she's using. Well, you know, at first, like, I didn't really have much of choices back in the old life. New life, I didn't really have a time where I didn't have a choice. Same time, though, like, since we came here, like, she points to, like, they're currently at, like, when I met Illustrated, her whole, like, kind of philosophy was freedom of choice, to help get freedom to others. All of, like, onto the stuff of, like, harmony and, like, being able to give choice to others who don't have choices or necessarily.
If it was something like that, I think I wouldn't have hesitated.
Yeah, and like basically it was kind of like something that I believed in just based on its course of who I was, I guess. That makes sense.
And so to follow him wholly,
Mm-hmm.
if I am to disagree, I mean, is that just an act of defiance? Is that sacrilege? As you see, there's a clear,
Mm-hmm.
almost antagonistic voice to it.
Have you had experience with that beforehand?
I mean, in the wilds, yeah.
Hmm.
It's how you think I got some of these curses?
Was it from people who were like followers of religion, that kind of thing?
Not quite. More so queens and what forth. In the moon court itself,
Mm-hmm.
you can't. Well, my muse, she was not of our court,
Mm-hmm.
and I wanted to be with her. And I had to turn my back. I accepted the consequences.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, Kestrel, you've already heard this before.
Yeah, I've heard this before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay,
just
didn't know if you remembered it.
recontextualizing it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just recontextualizing it.
Yeah.
But in the wilds, that's always a choice. Sure, the consequences are there,
Mm-hmm.
but I was able to choose. Do I want the consequences to be with the muse or not? When it comes
Well,
to religion, they're not as forgiving in a cruel way.
so you haven't had like too much specific dealings with people of that nature, then?
Only through experiences that you know. Nothing of the religion. Again, that's why this is a strange thing to me.
Yeah.
We don't follow religion in the wilds, we just follow the law.
Mm-hmm.
And the law may say, only drink red wine on Thursdays, only pumpernickel on Tuesdays. It's a strange law. You follow it. and you have a choice to defy it. You know the
Mhm.
consequences ahead of time.
Mhm.
That said, those consequences are unpredictable, but you know they're unpredictable.
Maybe, because maybe not right now, because you know how Scales goes when she gets upset. She shuts down for a while and goes to Damon. But maybe give some time, and maybe just kind of like talk to her about kind of stuff you experienced before, like kind of what you said about you seen people who kind of like get religion and then they kind of force it of your way of the highway, and maybe just try to understand that like from her perspective, or maybe explain your perspective that if that if a religion like that they're gonna make is to be something you'll join or just in the future, right?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of path are they gonna take to people who say no or have disagreements? Like, are they gonna be full on like stake him on the wall, or are they just be like it's fine? Or I kind of see your concern. Like, yeah, like signing up for something like that. Like, I wouldn't be up for crucifixions or anything like that.
And you both hear just chuckling coming right next to you.
Looks.
It is the head butler, and he
Hi.
is cleaning a glass and just floating there, just chuckling.
Got something to say?
I just find it funny, sir. You talk about the kid who constantly wants to name us, thank us
Mm-hmm.
for our duty, and has only ever talked about looking out for all of you,
Mm-hmm.
would be a part of anything like staking innocence just for disobeying.
Well, also, she's the one running religion, though.
This is true. It's less the kid, more so the high priestess.
Uh
Like,
huh.
like I don't think they'll
Ouch.
likely ever go. I mean, let's be honest. Come on. Anyway, also like, of course, I don't think the kid will ever do anything like that. It's just
Then
Scales.
I think you both have the answer to that. And he just kind of wipes the glass and starts floating out. There's a slight chuckle coming from him as well.
Yeah, like I said, like I don't think like it'll ever go like that, Auntie. As I said previously, it's just I do understand what you're thinking of, like the potential ramifications of it, even though I'll never get to that.
It's a foreign concept,
Yeah,
thus my hesitation.
yeah, I get that.
I think honestly, the freedom to defy, be it with consequence or not, I feel that is important.
Yeah, here's another thing too. Like, 'cause so far you kind of only talked to Scales about this, and she is. Have you ever thought about talking to Damon about it, like one on one?
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, but again, give it some time because they're gonna take their time together and whatnot. So,
Okay,
I-
we're gonna cut it just for there right now.
Okay.
I was
Um,
actually planning on stopping there as well.
yeah. Um, we're gonna go ahead and take the 10-minute break.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And we will get to because you guys have been talking for a moment. I just want to see what's happening with Scales and the kid,
I figured, yeah.
just to
Alright,
make sure if paths
Yeah,
cross
totally.
again.
alright,
Mhm.
be right back.
Okay.
The 10-minute break?
Yes, 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Flower, are you there?
Yeah?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey!
Oh, you climbed out from underneath the bed. Awesome.
So how are you finding her?
Huh?
How are you finding the first couple of hours?
Good. Honestly, I'm just like sitting here on the edge of my seat, like not watching, listening.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm terrible with words.
It's
No,
okay,
you're
we all
fine.
are. Yeah.
You should see how I spell.
You should see how I spell it, and I get paid to.
Mm. Mm. I'm sorry in advance because you might not understand me. Ryanisms is a language that takes time to learn.
Also, beware of the channel marked NSFW.
You've told me this a couple
I know.
times.
I just
That
gentle reminder, you know.
that channel there was purely made for I.
Hey,
Now,
you say that, but
to be fair, we've used it for other stuff as well,
We have. But I
but
think
mostly Rye.
Okay.
Mostly
It's
Rye.
Rye's channel, yeah. Like,
okay, I may be the leading one, but Castro's a strong second.
Yes.
yeah, because you know, 100 or 97 compared to 2, yeah, he's still technically in second, but you know, there's a big difference.
Oh, I
Oh.
can't imagine the horror stories they must have told you of me.
Really, none. I have kept it to bare minimum
I asked to hear nothing.
Oh, that's
Ah,
nice.
fair.
That's nice.
because I wanted the first reaction to be your guys' characters. Ha!
Speaking of, how are you liking that session so far?
Loving it. Oh my god. Loving it.
Nice, glad to hear it.
We
My-
tend to be roleplay heavy.
I love roleplay heavy. None of my other groups have ever been this roleplay heavy, and I'm loving it.
You guys are also at a point in the story where a lot of shit is in motion. A lot of shit just happened, and it's that time where it's like we just need to sit down. Let's talk about some stuff, figure some shit out.
I would
Yeah,
like
give
to
it a
give
chance.
a I would like to give a apology in advance for Scales. She is a bit bitchy. I mean nothing about what she says. So if she comes across rude, bitchy, like really annoying, that's not me at all.
Listen,
until-
in another group I'm in, it's me, 2 other girls, and a drag queen
Amazing.
Nice.
who plays it as her drag personality. So,
I think you're good there, Scales.
Yep, I'm sorted. Yes.
Yeah, something tells me there's probably a few catty moments at that table.
Yeah. That's great though.
Maybe a little shade here and there, just a little bit.
That said, I do want to apologize. I have issues with interrupting. I try to curb it as much as I do, and when I do, try and be very nice.
listen, I am the chillest person you'll ever meet. Cause
Fair enough.
Cool.
And so is your character. Apparently, it took you like
Yeah.
so long to just be like, "Oh, I'm naked."
well, remember,
To be
based on the
fair,
story that you and I know.
but to be fair though, you know that isn't new in this group either. Like,
I mean,
Yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
new to her.
yeah. When Scales
your
transform,
two characters just gonna walk around like,
I
"Ah,
mean,
Jesus."
yeah. Whenever Scales transform into a snake and comes out, she's technically naked. Her clothes don't come with her. So,
Up until recently, she has a specially tailor-made dress that she can slip on to avoid such blunders.
Nice.
That still needs adjustment every time she puts it on. Like,
Yeah.
you see it and stuff.
yeah, like every once in a while, like it comes on backwards.
You should have seen when she last had a bit of a growth spurt. Things kind of popped out.
Yeah, I sometimes feel like the party is just like in a weird state of like puberty. Like they're all transitioning in ways I did not think at the start of the
Yeah.
campaign would happen.
Multiple
And I was
types of
just like,
transitioning too.
yeah, I mean that was the only one that was planned.
Yeah, like literally, that's kind of like why it's also probably confusing to see Kestrel because he is now a she, like completely.
Literally Sunday.
And this is literally, it's a bit shell shock for the player.
And the character as well. But
Yeah.
Mhm.
And conveniently as well, we've now all got white hair. Like you see in my art that Scales has golden hair. Her hair is technically now white.
Nice.
Well, Auntie still has brown hair.
Auntie has brown hair, but you know, when you got
Yeah,
3/4
Auntie's
of the
the
party
one
with
that
white
actor.
hair now.
yeah, Auntie and Damon's like art are the only ones that are actually accurate as of now.
That's still like the last age he was at.
That's true.
Oh yeah, the
Technically-
party hasn't explained that to you. That's gonna be great.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, jeez. Oh yeah, we got to leave this going.
Except tomorrow, he looks 10 years older.
Tomorrow he wakes up and he's just 70.
He has a 5
Oh.
o'clock shadow for some reason.
He comes in white. Looks like a wizard.
Oh, so many things. Oh, fuck. Fuckity
I'm
fuck.
gonna be real quick.
Wait,
I hope you're enjoying the musics and sounds.
I am.
it's I believe this was the commissioned one done by Kestrel by the other one.
No, that's a different one.
Oh.
This is the Lost Ones
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. This one.
Yes, we have a theme song for this campaign.
Like, you know, like our own theme song, like legit.
Is this it right here, or was it the one before?
Oh yeah, so officially welcome to the Loner City Decaf.
Thank you.
I like that song. I also like this one.
Is he playing the evil music?
No.
Okay, good. I don't like that.
I'm playing Kestrel theme.
Oh, that one. That one's beautiful as well. I love that one so much. I have it in my playlist.
This reminds me of like episode 5 of Essay.
Yeah. And then I got
Wait,
this is one of my favorites to use on the players. What?
Oh, no, you're playing the Doom one? It's scary.
Well, I'm trying to think because there's two that are just I love to play against you guys.
I like the one that you did recently. That was actually really, really fun.
Yeah, that one was fun.
We were dying at the time, but it was a fun. Damon has two, boss battle music. One incites fear, and fear and scariness. One incites fear, but you're still dancing along to it because it's catchy.
What are you talking about?
You
You guys talking about this one?
I don't know. I don't think this is the battle one.
Oh, battle one.
Yeah, the battle scary one.
The new one. Oh yeah.
Talking about this one?
Yeah, this is the scary one. Or is this the BT one?
It's a very beady one.
Yeah. That was the
I
one
don't know which song you're talking about.
The one
I
doing
got a
the
lot of
kitty
music.
fight. Kitty fight one.
Yeah, that was the kitty fight one.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. But then you had the
Jeez.
other Doom one, which was scary.
Which one? I got a few like tension and doom ones.
The one you
There's this-
recommended me to use.
There's this one.
No.
Is it the really creepy one?
Yeah, the really, really creepy one. The one that you recommended for me
Okay,
for
give
boss
me
battle
a second,
music.
because it was, yeah, it was. It's no longer in this game. I have to go to Doggo's to double
Oh,
check what
okay.
it is.
Okay,
Just
yeah.
give me a second.
Ah,
I love that song. It's so great.
it is good.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay, go over music. Close out on you. Oops. Cancel. Manage audio. Epidepidep.
Posted the lewdest thing ever. A
Ah, this
forbidden
one. Here it
hand holding.
I love this song.
I'll switch over. Be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you ever hear this song, something really fucked up is about ready to happen.
This wasn't the one I was initially thinking of, but yes, this is another one which something bad's gonna happen. I'm gonna go now. Bye.
Wait, you don't want to listen to the song?
So, Razer is releasing a face mask.
Okay.
I kinda unironically want it.
Ah, there we go.
Is this the song?
No, there was a bell music one.
I was just-
I can't remember. We'll figure it out a different time.
I mean, there's this one.
Yes, this one. Cry Havoc. That's what it's called.
Hello.
Yeah.
Back.
I also have this one.
Ooh, this is an interesting one. I haven't heard this one before.
Yeah. But no, it was the Cry Havoc one that I was talking about.
Yeah. I came at the tail end of that. Yeah, that one's scary. Ah.
Anyways, enough
Yep.
of the music. Let me go play the music.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the feeling on this one? There we go.
Dungeons and Dragons Beam. Yeah.
I don't have that one.
Oh.
We'll show it to you sometime, though, Flower.
Oh yeah.
it's
Okay.
cute.
So, Scales, you
Mhm.
step out and yeah, you see the kid literally just picking up rocks and moving them.
No, she has a crutch and stuff. I imagine she's got a crutch with her. And she's like, hey, how's rock moving going?
I mean, it's it's rock moving.
It looks like you're making good progress. Can I borrow you for a second? I'll come to you and she'll hop along.
No. And he sets the rock down and walks over towards the wagon. What do you need?
I was speaking to Auntie in regards to the ritual.
Okay.
Honest opinion, I don't think she's ready for it yet. I don't think she's ready for the commitment of taking your power.
What do you mean by that?
You know how?
Is she gonna explode?
No.
Okay.
This is more. You know how we were trying to make you a patron and a god and stuff, and I'm, believing in you and stuff, or at
Okay.
least trying to. I know she needs her arm back. Don't get me wrong, I know that.
Okay.
I just don't want her to take your power purely to get her arm back. I want her to believe in you not as Damon the child, which she does see you as, but Damon the patron and god. So, she makes confusing things. Like she says that she believes in us, but she doesn't believe you as a
He just kind
god.
of reaches
and
up and puts his hand like on your face as you're talking. Just calm down. Sit down.
She's
and
she's
helps you
already
down.
sitting. Like,
Okay. Sit down lower. No.
There's a snake. No.
Okay. I think this is separate from that.
How so?
I mean, all the pact is creating a promise between two people. She doesn't have to be a part of what you're trying to create. I mean, I have no doubt Auntie will be there for us if we need it. I mean, as long as she helps you, I don't know, maybe like I don't know, you were talking about like, like pamphlets or whatever, or like drawing stuff, like anything like that. I'm sure, like her pack could just be, she can help out with that when, we need it. It doesn't have to be anything crazy, it just has to be a promise. And as long as she, I don't know, draws or just anything really, it's just a promise. I mean, I don't know if you remember my promise to you, but you know, none of it had to none of it had to do with, following my religion. That's so weird to say out loud. You know that, right? I'm gonna have to get used to it. Um,
It was my promise to you, though.
but you're different than her.
I,
And in my promise to you, I said I would be there for you and all the Justice League. And, you know, as long as Auntie promises, I don't know, to be there for us or, help you where she's needed, it doesn't have to be anything crazy. I mean, honestly, I would settle for maybe like, Auntie, would you promise maybe like thinking about saying weird shit to people we just meet? Because let's be honest, that's something that would be great to get her promise on.
I mean,
Um,
yeah, I was thinking of having her be like, like a minister of outreach, promoting and preaching to the people and the masses. And then giving out pamphlets and sign up sheets or something, I don't know. I don't know how.
so what does that have to do with a religion then?
Is it. I don't know. It feels weird to be preaching about something you don't believe in.
Is this about her or you?
I just don't want her to make the same mistake I did.
And he kind of sighs for a moment and just kind of looks down. I think we're all trying to figure out a lot of this. This is definitely new to me. And you seem like a lot of times you know what you're talking about, but being honest, Scales, sometimes like I realize that you may not know everything you're talking about. I
All
don't I
honesty,
don't.
I don't. I'm just making this shit up as I
Okay,
go.
yeah, got it. So let's just take this step by step. If this can help Auntie, you know, great. And I mean, all she has to do is, I don't know, promise to believe that I can be the hero she needs, or something. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. Like she's she's a Godwin. We're supposed to help out. If I'm gonna be helping the world, I can't fail in helping someone so close.
Would
I
you
mean,
be
what
able
example would I
to?
be able to set?
Would you be able to speak to her? Have like a honest, like one-on-one conversation, except I'll be in your brain and listening on it too.
I mean, if this is gonna be a conversation with Auntie, I will keep it a conversation with Auntie.
Okay, that's fair, I guess.
Okay.
If you
Because again,
if you believe,
religion and all that stuff, like yeah, I'm here for that. Like if you think that this will help and work, I will be there and do what I need to do. But that's between you and me. And whoever else feels like they want to follow, you know, religion of I don't want to keep saying religion of me because that feels weird.
I
When
like
I is
saying
it okay to say like religion of hero me? No, that's weird.
I like to do God of Heroism or God of Hope. I like God of Hope.
Just all that stuff you have in your
Yeah,
journal, and
yeah.
like reaches out to grab your journal and flip to the page. Like as long as they or anyone is just willing to all the stuff you listed, like he points off heroism, strength, power, helping out, peace, all that great stuff. Like protect
Mm.
those in danger. That's it. Like
How about this
you don't have to
for?
believe in me. I just make sure that it's good people who want to do what's right, and I will, as long as they're good people who want to do what's right, and help others, I'm more than willing to help.
How about this? You
Okay.
you talk to Auntie.
Okay.
If you can hand on her, like, g- accept to give your power to Auntie, and you believe in Auntie, then I'll believe in you too. I'll believe in that decision.
Okay. He kind of somewhat shrugs his shoulders, like just, like, okay, yeah, sure. That works.
Cool.
And he nods. And
Um,
I'm gonna move some more rocks.
cool. I can't do anything. Um, I'm going to press a dissertation some dust of you as you're moving the rocks. I don't know. Done.
Well, when did you want me to talk to Auntie?
I mean, you can talk to her now if you like. I don't know.
Well, should I go inside or you know, did you want to tell her I'm out here or? Because I really want to move these rocks. Like, I just want to get this done.
Skills will like put her head in the hallway bit. Just be like, Auntie! Auntie!
You hear screaming, and this is like a few moments after the head butler had left, and you guys are like still right there, like right by the front door, basically.
No,
Auntie!
I think they need you there, Auntie.
Fair enough. And
And
I was gonna get
exactly where
up,
you
and
guys ended the conversation
Yeah, I
prior.
figured.
apparently that conversation's gonna be sooner than later.
Apparently. Good luck.
Now you know why
Same.
the DM I wanted to cut away.
Figured.
Yeah.
Guess we'll just take another hit.
Before I leave, I'm just gonna pop my head and be like, "Don't hit that too hard." I mean, we still don't know what's gonna happen, but have fun.
Sure.
You do have a new body, so be careful. As I just walk away.
Okay. You see Scales at the door.
Yes, he called for me.
Damon needs to speak to you.
Say like that, it's almost like I'm in trouble.
No. Just hear him out.
Fair enough.
And she just sits and watches. And throughout this entire thing, she relied to inside, like, Auntie's, like,
Okay, so you're
movements and
standing like
stuff.
at the doorway.
I'm staring at Auntie's interaction with Damon.
So where are you at though?
She's sitting, no, she'll sit outside the wagon.
Okay. The kid looks at you and says, "I'll talk with her."
Fine. I sit in the wagon. Door's closed.
So you're in the wagon, not the house.
Yes. In fact, no, I'll be in the house. I'll be in my room.
Okay.
Yes.
I kind of chuckle watching this.
Okay. You see one second, and you see him kind of blankly stare, and he's basically watches through your senses for a little bit, sees you go inside and start looking towards the stairs, and walking towards there, and kind of cuts out of it. Okay. Hey, could one of you guys shut that door? And
Is
Auntie,
he yelling that?
yeah, you kind of hear it, but the door shuts, Auntie. Kestrel, you see there's plenty of servants like just waiting
Oh
for you
yeah,
guys,
forget that.
so. Hi.
Hey, kid. How's it going?
I'm moving rocks. Feels like everything is moving like really quick, and a lot of stuff is happening.
Usually does in these kind of things, I imagine.
So, I guess Scales wanted us to talk, and I have a feeling I know how she wanted this conversation to go. But I'm too tired, honestly. Auntie, what can you give for what I'm offering you? What are you willing to give?
Auntie will kind of
I would
make her
keep in mind, I would give this to you for free, but there has to be a pact. Something for something. It could be
kind. Oh
giving
God.
me a penny or a copper or, drawing a square on a piece. It doesn't matter.
want to kind of make her way to one of the larger boulders and lay against it. Um, well, kid, I'd do anything for you. I think of you as my own, and I'm going to be honest, I would do anything regardless of power. I'd lay down my life for you. The only thing of contention here is Scales wants you to be a god, and I respect that fully. If it's a dream of yours
Auntie,
to.
auntie, you're being silly. Do you want this power?
Honestly, if it works both ways, as it did with you with the scales, and it benefits you, I would.
Do you want this power? Do you think it will help you? Yes or no?
Honestly, yes. It.
Okay. Do you promise not to betray us with some evil kitty lady?
Unless I have hidden memories I don't know about, yes.
Okay. Do you plan to be okay with Scales trying to turn me in whatever? You're okay with that, right?
Wholeheartedly.
Okay. Do you trust in me to not do anything horrendous or stupid?
That's on purpose.
Well, I mean, obviously, but we've messed up a lot over the last few days. It feels like, but anyway,
If you did do
okay.
something stupid, I
I
wouldn't
hope you
see it as
put us in
issue.
the right path. So why don't this, Auntie? I will give you this power. You just promise me that you're gonna do good with it.
I mean, insistence like that, one can't turn down.
Okay, then we're done. Just let me know when we're ready to, do this. And he kind of just nonchalantly begins to start moving rocks again. Kind of, with a small smile on his face, and he just, as he's walking by with the boulder on his shoulder, he just kind of like, pats you on your beanie a little bit as he just continues working.
Kid, can you hear me out for one thing?
Sure. Yeah. What do you want? What do you need?
Um, once you reach deity, I want to still walk beside you. I don't like the thought of how do one put it? The whole praising one another. I want us to grow old, see you grow into a champion. I want to be able to tell those next to me, hey, that's my boy. That's all I want.
I mean, let's not look way too in the future. We still got to move these rocks. We got to figure out where the hell we are. Like, we still got to figure out how we can help that one lady in there. Like, she seems all sorts of messed up. Like, as messed up as you guys were when you guys got your memories back. And there's a lot. Let's just let's. You're talking about steps. Let's just take one step at a time.
Of course. And for what it's worth, I think you'll. No, I know you'll be one of the best deities, if not the best.
Yep. Got him moving rocks. Ugh. He's just.
Making my way inside.
Okay.
Do I hear or see Auntie come in?
If you haven't left the room, yes.
All right. Hey, Auntie. Do we across our
Oh,
ways, or are you over?
yes.
How'd it go?
Well, the kid, as I'm sh- the kid, as in his generous nature, of course he was willing to give the power. I mean, he even jokingly said it would only cost a penny.
All right, cool. But there's also another thing I wanted to bring up. Like, I wanted to bring it up when we were all here, but at the same time, though, you know, everyone he kind of, just gestures it out. Like, everyone kind of, spread it out to the whole religion dog thing. But
Yes.
anyway, it kind of mainly deals with you. Maybe stop referring to them as kids, and I'm gonna have to maybe talk to the group as maybe changing the thing from Godwin family to Godwin clan. Because to the outsider, when we refer to us all as a family and them as kids, and then they're obviously shacking up, it kind of makes that weird look of the brothers hooking up with the sister, and I don't think that's a good look for the rest of the other people to see. So you can colloquially, when we're all together and it's just us, totally you can call them kids. I'm just saying to the outsider when we're going to a city and whatnot, maybe just call them Damon Scales.
I mean, I can see that as well, but at the same time, when one marries into the family, they are still a part of that family.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm saying with the whole kids thing on top of that, it gets weird. That's what I'm saying.
I understand where you're coming from, but
I just like the thought of Kestrel saying that with his now feminine form. Like,
Yeah,
it's
well, hey,
weird.
man.
Like,
but
Yeah, so go ahead.
do look at it from my perspective. I've been alongside elves and Sylvan for, well, lifetimes.
I know they do weird shit. I know that, but still.
And now just going to no. Well, yes, that too, but I mean, even yourself, I see as juvenile.
Oh yeah, I'm totally a kid. Fix another hit.
Oh god.
But you see where I'm coming from. I mean, you're lucky I don't call you a kid.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, I'm just saying you got to keep in mind appearances. And speaking of appearances, so again, I'll bring this up to the group. Given my new appearance, points to body. Just maybe for now, unless there's some sort of weird thing where I can change it back or whatever, just refer to me as her.
If that's what you prefer.
Again, it's just appearances, and I really don't care at this point. So, I just, to be honest, the whole female thing is a bit of a shock still. I'm still wondering if I'm in one of those weird nightmares by the cat lady.
If
But
you don't mind my asking, why do appearances matter to you?
I kind of always saw myself as one way, like the way I saw myself in the mirror.
No,
And-
I mean even more overall.
Oh, you're talking
Yeah.
about what stuff I'm talking about. I'm saying because we already kind of stick out like a sore thumb to other people. Let's just try to avoid sticking out even further.
I mean, we're going to stick out nonetheless. I mean, Yanti, Strange Damien, you kind of are a mix of a evil race and a giant race.
real quick, as soon as you say Damien, every single servant in the entire mansion at once, in unison, says Master Damon.
Yeah, whatever they
said.
Okay. D, and yourself, and even I, we're going to stick out nonetheless. I frankly don't care what people think.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, because Scales has magic to change herself to literally look like another person, if when it calls for. That's what I'm saying. We gotta be practical here. I get you have your pride about if I'm different, I'm different, but
I mean, of course, if there is a need arises to hide our nature, there's a need arises to hide our nature. But unless there's risk of a blade to our throat, I don't see deception as a necessity.
It's not really deception. It's just being, because I am a girl now, so calling me her isn't necessarily a thing, and just calling them by their names instead of kids and us a family, a clan. Those aren't really deceptions. They're just changes.
I gotta ask a quick question, Auntie. On your way in, did you shut the door?
I mean, I wasn't raised in a barn.
Okay, proceed.
I may have been raised in the forest, but I wasn't raised in a barn. Yeah, I will close it. Where was I? Damn it.
You're just kind of saying that like it may not be necessary.
Yes, and sure, there are a bit interesting. Um, how do you say the viewpoints upon them being air quote kids?
Mm-hmm.
Again, they're fully grown, but they're going to be kids to me. Um, I mean, they're just Mr. and Madam Godwin.
Yeah, so maybe just call them that.
Mr. and Madam Godwin, um, Sir Godwin for your, Madam Godwin for yourself, and Auntie Godwin.
Sure. Oh. Anyway, question, Damon,
See,
because Kessels has kind of been hitting the weed pipe for a while now. How baked is he?
pretty baked.
But can I like still help me with manual labor or no?
Um,
You think
probably
you're
not.
helping.
Probably not. Okay, okay.
Probably not. Like you're like, oh man, like you look to see how far away the door is, and it feels like it's miles away.
There.
You're kind of hungry. You're a little tired. Your back hurts a little bit because of your new chest. You're not used to it.
If,
Okay.
if you don't mind my asking,
Hmm.
um, is this something you want to talk about? Your recent change? I know this is new to you, but I've literally been going through this for a couple lifetimes. I can help.
I again like I really don't know. Like I'm just getting used to having booze for the first time. Like my back hurts for some reason. I don't know why exactly.
Yes, they'll do that.
Um, I don't know. Maybe get some time. Like again, if this isn't a nightmare and I wake up, maybe talk to me then. Right
Well,
now, he kind of stands up and all he's a bit wobbly. Or she does.
here, here, let me help you. As for probably the first time, somewhat sober auntie is going to be the one helping intoxicated Kestrel.
uh, maybe Ghost guy, can you help me out? I appreciate that, Auntie, but you only have one arm.
Yeah, but it's one good arm, damn it.
You are struggling to move Kestrel.
Yeah.
Your strength score isn't that high, and now you have one arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, your help is rough. Like Kestrel is quite a bit taller than you and has a bit more, mass. Um,
Your
but the
ass,
ghosts,
I'm sure that helps.
the ghosts are more than willing to help you out.
All right. Thank you. Since I'm not sober, maybe just kind of brief Damon on what I said, and I'm gonna head to bed.
Okay. Auntie, what are you up to?
I am just going to relax on the couch,
Okay.
alone with Auntie's thoughts.
Okay. So in about like a minute or two, you pass out inevitably, right?
Of course.
Okay.
This is
Scales, are you just?
Auntie we're talking
Yeah,
about.
I know. That's why I had to ask. So, Scales, are you just doodling and then napping?
Yeah, essentially, she's drawing like a picture of. She'll draw a picture of Damon in like a hero pose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a check.
Paint as a play?
Sure.
Yeah. I'm Imagine Dex.
Yes.
Yeah. 18.
It's pretty good.
Nice.
Pretty good.
I would like to have that picture in. I imagine one of the rooms is a specific, like, Damon worship room. I would like that picture there.
I mean, it's your mansion. Which room is that? Like, I don't know if you've never listed that you have a shrine to Damon room. So,
I know there's a meditation room, so
yeah, that has nothing to do with the kid.
yeah.
Nothing to do with
If
the
I
kid yet.
Yeah,
If
do you want to change the scope of that to make it look like?
yeah, we'll change that to like a Damon worship room, and that can
Sure.
be like an image.
Describe your Damon worship room. What is it? What's the
Cool.
landscape? What does it look like?
It is going to be of a white marble, like all
Okay.
on the floor and on the walls and stuff. There's going to
Okay.
be some teal detailings in the grooves of the marble. You know, kind of like a cracked marble look.
Yeah.
That in the cracks is teal and stuff. There's going to be like a little pedestal with a let's say a silver fist symbol, like in a hero pose type
Sure.
fist.
Okay.
And behind that on the wall is gonna be whatever is considered to be the best Damon hero art pose.
Okay.
Imagine basically like someone's got like an Iron Man shrine, but Damon.
Got it. Okay. Too easy.
And I would like to add a book of on the pedestal as well, like a book of tenets and various quotes from Damon in regards to what he
Okay. On your
believes
page,
in and stuff. Yeah.
give me a second. Why don't you go ahead and just add the quotes to there?
I'm gonna have to remember the quotes because I don't remember the
Yeah,
quotes.
you got some time.
The tenants are there, so yeah, we'll have those tenants there.
Oops. Did not want to grab that.
Yeah.
Grab this.
The tenants of Damon, and in regards to various names, there's like god of heroism and strength and power, and basically put all of that. And instead of gods, I would like to change that to be hope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you erase it in your book?
In my actual book, there's a question mark next to her, but she does add hope.
When did you add that question mark? Because that question mark is not on the list. So
I
if you
know.
added it, that'd have been recent.
I'm guessing recent. I haven't actually added it.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you added a question mark to it in like the last, I don't know, say day or two, basically since your pact, there is no longer a question mark there.
Okay, fair enough. That's there now, and she adds hope. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But do you now add the gods part to the new pedestal?
Yeah.
Okay. Just clarifying. And you're
Yeah.
also adding hope.
Yes.
Did you want to add hope to your... Oh, yes. There you go.
Yes,
You
I've
already did.
added a hope.
Okay. And just work on the quotes then. Okay.
I don't know the quotes because as a player, I can't remember. My memory's terrible. But forget quotes and just have the tenants
Okay.
because I'm not going to remember any quotes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and after that is all set up, are you just gonna nap?
Yeah, I'll nap. Yeah.
Okay. Aster.
Yeah.
Eventually, consciousness comes back to you. You're kind of like rubbery and tired and exhausted from your crying. So like when you fell asleep, it was like one of those sleeps where it was like you feel restful, but like there was like no dreams, no nothing. It was just like, oh, I'm up now, kind of like that. But you feel rested, you know.
I'm gonna crawl out from under the bed.
Okay, you do so.
And I'm gonna look around the room to see if there's anything like draw with.
To draw with?
Mm-hmm.
In this room, probably not immediately available.
Did
a
she?
lot of food. A lot of food.
When she was by the outside of the entrance on the wagon, did she see like any sticks on the ground?
In the chamber that you were in, no.
Okay. She's just going to start to leave the room and maybe look for that
As
she's
soon as
placed.
you leave the room, you're com- immediately greeted by the same servant from last night. Morning. Do you require anything?
um, do you have any things you can draw with, paint
Of
with?
course, we have a full studio. Would you like me to take you to it?
I just I don't need a whole studio. I just do you have any berry paint?
We have plenty of supplies. Would you like a writing implement and paper?
Just the paint and the paper, please. I don't need a brush or anything. Just the
But of course. And it floats off, and then a few moments later, it returns to you with those that you ask.
she's just going to hole up in a corner. She's going to start to do Sarah's symbol over and over again, just taking her finger in the paint and tracing it on the paper over and over, almost like a calming mechanism.
Okay, you do so. Eventually, in not no time at all, the paper is full.
She's going to pick it up and hold it close to her chest, to where a symbol that she would have had before would have been.
Okay, you do so.
She's just gonna sit outside that room, holding it close to her chest, right there, for a while.
After like 5 or so minutes, the servant, who's still just kind of floating there, waiting in attendance, would you, would the lady like some breakfast?
Um, sure, sure.
This way. And he kind of gestures you down the stairs, and there's a door to the right once you get down from the stairs, and you are led into a massive and beautiful dining hall, with these random, like almost like floating light fixtures through the room, kind of Harry Potter esque, cafeteria lighting. And each chair has this engraving on it in different colors and symbols. And the servant goes over to um, a chair that looks similar to it, but it doesn't have any engravings or anything, and it kind of pulls it out and gestures for you to sit.
Thank you. You're very kind.
And what would the lady like for breakfast?
Um, do you have some stewed porridge?
But of course. Any specifics of it?
Can you add some berries
But
and
of
some
course.
mint?
But of course. And he kind of floats out. And as he's left, you can see other servants are continually to just bring plate after plate of food. A lot of food. And after just a couple minutes, eventually the servant comes back out and presents you with a bowl, filled with your porridge. A few other bowls and plates with like cream, berries, and other just random stuff, like fillers, toppings, and stuff like that. And another big bowl of the porridge. So you basically have like a mini buffet of porridge stuff.
If anyone was to see her right now, she'd look visibly uncomfortable with the fact that she seems to be taking in someone else's hospitality and not kind of knowing what to do with it.
Would you like a drink, a beverage of some type?
Um, I'm fine. Thank you. This is all too much.
And it just kind of, yes, and floats backwards and just goes against the wall and just waits. And as you're like just sitting here, you see some more of the servants just continuing to fill basically the table with food. And you're noticing that everything at the table, it doesn't look real. It looks kind of like ghostly versions of the food. You can smell it and stuff. It's just it looks like it's not really there. Besides yours looks like food. It seems like as you grab for stuff and interact with it, it becomes solid. Um, yeah,
This is freaky. Okay. Okay. Uh, she just starts to talk to herself and just prepare herself, saying, "We can do this. This is okay. They were in the zone of truth. They shouldn't want to hurt us. But this is a lot. Oh dear God, and they're dead. And Sarah is not here, and Saloon's not here, and what are we even doing with ourselves?" She just kind of puts her head in her hands and starts to take bites of her food, small, slow bites.
it is delicious. Like, might make the whole situation even that little bit worse because this is like it is perfectly cooked. All of the berries, all the toppings and everything is you can tell the freshness of it. And the flavor is just it's sublime. Um, yeah.
Of course it tastes good. Of course it tastes good. The Russians, everything tastes good, but this is...
We live to serve. You hear a few of the servants all echoing the same thing.
Shit, y'all are so quiet, I forgot you were there. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Fucks. She's just gonna keep on eating quietly, nervously.
Okay. You spend the next while eating. You feel a lot better after the rest and getting some food. You're starting to feel more like yourself, at least physically.
I feel better. Um, is... I hate to ask this. Is there a bathroom where I can change?
But of course, there's a bathroom in the room that was offered to the lady. We've already gone ahead and prepared a few outfits and clothing in there. Do you need any assistance in getting prepared for
No,
it?
no, 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 thank you. I'm, I'm perfectly fine, thank you.
And he goes over to a tray and offers you a hot towel.
I'm, I'm used to showering in rainwater, thank you.
Oh no, this is just for after your meal.
Oh, um, I'm fine as she wipes her mouth on her arm.
As you wish. And he just sets it back on the cart.
She's just gonna slowly make her way back to the room to try to find her way back. She probably got lost a little bit, but
I mean, it's literally like the first door on the left, like when you go up there, like it's super easy. And as you make your way towards the door, like the attendee who was in the kitchen just a moment ago is now waiting in front of the door for you.
I'm not gonna ask how you got there because it's going to make my head hurt more. Um, let's see. So it's just in here, in this room.
And the servant gestures towards the room.
Right. So I go in and I go, and is there a mirror in there?
Yes, there is a mirror.
She wants to look at herself and see if anything's changed.
Uh, for one, this is probably the first mirror you've looked into for a really long time. Um, you would have probably seen your reflection a few times in water and stuff in the battlefield. So it's not too clear, if there's anything major difference because, last few years of your life didn't really get a good look at yourself. but nothing insane, nothing crazy. Doesn't seem like you've aged much. The markings, your eyes, your hair, a few of the scars you've gained in combat, everything's there.
Still me. But still us. Still alone. And she's just going to try to cover herself in water and just see if that can help with cold water, just see if that can help her mental state.
Sure. It takes you a moment to figure out, like the amenities because it is basically modern stuff. So, like, you're getting in there and you're like, how do I? Is there a bucket? And you kind of go around, start messing with stuff. But after a few minutes, at first you're like, I want cold water, and you get a whole bucket and full of like cold water or hot water, and you're like, crap. And yeah, eventually you splash yourself.
I imagine it's like when you go into a shower you haven't been to before and you don't recognise the system. You turn it on and all of a sudden you get scalding hot water. And like, oh, dear God, no.
It's always the worst.
Yeah. It's either
So,
that or the opposite.
Yeah. So
she's gonna get herself washed, just cleanse with water, not bothering with soap or anything, because that's not anything that she knows or is used to. And just cover herself in water to kind of just calm herself. She's gonna wrap herself up in a towel, um, or dry herself off the towel and then leave it because that's her, and go back into the room to look for the clothes that she had on.
okay. After you grab the towel, just like the blankets and the pillows and everything else in this house, it's super soft. It's like one of those like really floofy, soft, like awesome towels. And you step out, and the clothes that you were wearing, gone.
Where did they go?
The wardrobe in the room, though, is now open.
Um, fuck. This is someone else's room. These are probably his clothes. I don't want to
Do
steal
you
his
go and
clothes.
check?
She's gonna look over in it and see if maybe there's anything she could
They're,
maybe.
they are all dresses and clothing clearly designed for you. Like you pull one out, and it's like your size.
This is so freaky. This house is so weird. This is very weird. I don't like it. And I'm just gonna look in there and I'm gonna see if there's anything close to what I would have worn on the commune.
Um, given the nature of your place, um, honestly, because of whose house this is and a lot of the styles that are going to be in there, you do find some very loose fitting, very lightweight, very revealing clothes. They're very simple in design, ranging from, like wrap skirts to, like more extreme bathing suit looking stuff. A lot of it is very free flowing and yeah. Um, but there are some more conservative stuff in there as well. You
She,
have a decent range of stuff.
she's taking the free flowing clothing. She's gonna take the dress that's free flowing. There is one that's kind of loose, revealing because she's not gonna think it's anything different.
Yep. Okay, yeah.
And then
You
she's
have her
gonna
clothes.
try to like go out the door and see if she can hear people to see if like maybe there are people downstairs. If she's alone, still awake, or
You step out of the room and there's just the ghostly servant floating there. You kind of step out to the foyer and you just see other servants just all in waiting.
do you always do this?
Do we always serve? But of course.
No offense. It's very creepy. no offense, I know it's probably your job, but it's very creepy the way you just appeared,
It
disappeared.
is our purpose.
Do you have any desires?
To serve.
And that's it.
I mean, what else does one want to do but serve their purpose?
Love. Be
We love
free.
to serve.
Relationships, bonds with others.
We bond over our love to serve.
I
But
feel,
Are
do
they
you
all
have
saying this in unison?
Not yet.
I feel like Scales may need to have a word.
You guys
But-
have known for a long time how these servants are, okay?
Yeah, I know we have. It's funny.
Yeah, we kind of left her off in a haunted mansion by herself. This is weird.
Something we had to come to terms to, too.
But do you care about anything besides serving? One another, maybe? Do you have a family? Do you have, I don't know, a god you serve? A.
I am not a mortal.
What are you?
I am a servant.
If nothing else?
That is all.
I don't want to offend you, but that sounds sad.
Do I look sad? And it's just sitting there floating, and it's you can't make out all the details of how this entity looks, but you do see a smile on its face, and their smile does not leave at all. It's just this very calming, polite, just
Sorry, forgive me. I am not one to judge another's life or their happiness. I just don't understand it. But that is what discussion is for. Understanding another's point of view in another's life. For two same people living in the same circumstances will never have the same life, never have the same thoughts, never have the same feelings. And I'm sorry for thinking.
it's just kind of floating there and nodding the whole time.
Um, this is a weird question, and I know they're your masters, if that's the right word, but I feel a little uncomfortable and I don't know what to do. And
Would you like some fresh air?
yes, yes, please.
He kind of gestures at the bottom of the foyer where the main door is that you entered the house previously.
Oh, God, I
You
just
are on
learned
the
something.
guest list. You may enter and leave at your purview.
So out here is fresh air, sky,
Well,
life.
it is where the carriage is. We don't know what's out there.
Oh, that's better than nothing. Thank you. And she's gonna walk out the door.
Okay. You walk out of the door. Um, you're in the same enclosed room. It's a little chilly, but not like deathly cold.
DM, just to point
Just
out.
I no, trust
Okay,
me. Be
cool.
quiet. Yeah. You do. Go ahead and what's your passive perception?
My passive perception is 16.
Ooh, nice.
Okay, yeah.
Ooh.
As you're kind of walking out there and you're kind of like to the edge of the wagon, you hear, "Help!"
Who, what, I just go towards the sounds.
You kind of, leave the back end of the wagon. You kind of hook right around it from where you kind of heard it from, and you look over, and you can see light coming from that area that was closed off by rocks. You can see a lot of light coming through there, and it looks like there's an opening. And then on the pile of rocks, you see a hand sticking out.
Oh dear God. Oh dear God. Um, oh, what can I do?
No, it's just David.
Um, um,
And
and
you see the hand kind of like hold up a one, and just there's a pause. This might be weird, and then you kind of hear the muffled voice, and then a moment later, you feel something pushing in your temple a bit, like something's trying to enter your mind a bit.
What the
Not
fuck is
evasively,
that?
not threatening. It just almost like someone's knocking at the door. I gotta ask, do you open it?
Yes.
Okay. Help! I was moving rocks and it tipped over, and this is a clear voice inside of your head.
Oh dear God.
Could you just
Okay.
move this one right around here somewhere? And you see the hand like pointing like kind of towards the edge, and there is kind of like a rock that is kind of wedged into this pile that is kind of, you know, wedged against a whole bunch of other rocks.
Sure. As I start to move the rock, I ask him like, do you need any healing? Are you you're okay? Um,
And you see the thumbs up.
because you don't look like you're okay. No offense, not to judge your situation or your thoughts or how you feel about your body, but you
Could
don't
you
look
get to the
okay.
rock moving?
Oh, okay, okay, okay. And I start to try to pick up the rock and move it.
Give me an athletics check.
Athletics.
Okay. Again, this is not like a super huge boulder or anything like this. The rock that he's pointing at is kind of like just it's it shifted in a way to where it's kind of pinning the bigger rocks that are on him. And you kind of just pull that to the side, it falls. And let's see if he can do it now.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah,
I do
the
it.
first rock, he was also using brute or feat of strength on that too, so it's a 26. Um, you move that one rock, and it kind of falls down, and you like step back, and a moment later, like you see the hand like kind of turn into like a fist, and you see all the rocks beginning to like just tremble and move, and after like a moment, you see the top couple just like shift over and fall as you see Damon, the white haired dude, just basically oh god, I was stuck in there for hours. Ah,
I'm
thank you.
so sorry.
Whew. Ah, thank you.
Oh, you got dropped
Oh,
into that because I took your room. I am so
no, no,
sorry.
no, it's not your fault. I was moving rocks, and it kind of shifted, and it kind of fell on me, and I couldn't get the leverage to move it. That one rock was kind of pinning me. Whew, thanks.
You know, back in my home, we had a saying that you never do one thing alone. For mostly reasons like this. When you're
Yeah.
hunting, when you're collecting berries, because you never know which one's poisonous, and two eyes are always better than one.
Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. And he kind of like turns around, like his legs are still kind of buried in the rubble. He kind of like
Phew.
unwedges a little bit, and he kind of turns around towards the light. He's like, "Yes," and he's just kind of smiling as he's looking at this open kind of hole where the rocks used to be.
Were you working all night?
Yeah, I don't. I took a couple breaks, but I don't need to sleep if I don't want to.
Oh.
Yeah. Um, it comes in handy. And he
Hmm.
like continues to just kind of pull himself out from the rocks.
Do you need some help? Can I help?
Oh no, I'm just kind of hungry. I got hungry like an hour ago, and I was had an
That
itch in my nose, and he was like scratching it.
there's a lot of food on your table. I mean, I'm not one to offer food in your own house. I'm just I'm
Are you
sorry.
okay?
I don't know.
Okay. Um. Well, hey, and he kind of like gestures outside or out on the hole, and you see the light. Uh, you want to see where we are?
Sure.
and he kind of like stands on the rocks and kind of offers a hand to help you up and out of the hole, and you guys kind of break through this little opening, and it's a little chilly. Um, and you notice as you're kind of leaving, just because of your passive perception, he's kind of not looking directly at you. And then as you step out, there's a bit of a breeze, and it is a little chilly, and then you immediately realize or think you might know why he's not looking. As you realize that all the clothes that you were wearing are gone.
They're gone.
Totally gone. And because of your history, you didn't notice they were missing.
Fuck. Oh my god. Not wearing clothes. I'm sorry. You're not comfortable with no clothes?
A little bit, and you can tell he is blushing, like he's like averting his gaze the entire time.
I'm sorry, just I tend not to notice when I'm not wearing clothes.
It's
It's a
okay.
hope.
I'm starting to get used to it. This happens a lot more than you think.
It's not wrong.
Clothes were kind of optional where I was from.
I
So
mean, that's fine. Whatever's comfortable for you. And
just
he's like just kind
I
of looking
can
out.
I can go find some. I don't know where my clothes went. Do
Did
the
you
clothes
get?
disappear here?
Oh, you can't bring stuff out of the house if it's from the house.
Oh, that would make a
Someone
little.
probably should have told you that.
Nope.
Sorry. Um, but hey, and you look out and you are in a forest, and it's either morning or evening. You can't tell, but there's dim light. And it is kind of chilly, and all around you is just nothing but forest, trees, grass. You are seeing that some of the leaves are starting to change colors a bit. Looks like fall may be starting to hit in. But yeah, you're in a forest.
Look at that. It's harvest time.
Yeah, but that means we gotta get out of here. Um, this place has kind of sucked. You kind of missed a lot. It was horrible. There's the devils we had to fight. There was a
So,
meatball. Yeah, they were gross. They looked like little blobs of meat and flesh. Ugh.
not to discourage y'all's hospitality, but I've understood about less than half of the things that y'all have told me, or said to me, or understood.
I mean, to be fair, and like he goes to talk to you, then immediately remembers, and he immediately looks away again. I mean, to be fair,
Would
a
it
lot of
be easier if we went back inside? Would the clothes come back on if I go back inside, or do I need to go find new
I
clothes?
don't know if it works that way or not. I don't know. I'm not a magic person.
Trust me, I this magic, while I am a magic person, I don't know much about this kind of magic. Weird. The bathroom.
I, I'm yeah. I'm gonna go grab some food. Maybe some clothes, and he's just kind of like still trying to focus on the outdoorsness. Just kind of
Why
stops
don't
talking,
you
not,
walk?
and just starts walking in. Like,
I'm gonna follow behind him but try to stay a good bit away so he doesn't see me naked again, because I can tell it's making him uncomfortable.
yeah, and he just kind of climbs up on the wagon, doesn't look back, doesn't just walks in the door, opens it, and heads right into the kitchen or the dining room.
Did the clothes come back on when I walked back in?
No, but standing there waiting for you as soon as you enter is your servant with a pile of clothes that you were wearing.
I didn't know things disappeared when you walked outside.
Yes, they do, my lady.
That's very good to know. He doesn't like nakedness. Are they all
Um,
like that? Do I need to be prepared? Do I need to double check clothes? Because where did the clothes go that was able to walk in and out with?
well, the clothes that you were wearing, we were washing it, and um, to the best of our ability, and we were going to have the tailor look at it and adjust it to fit a little bit better. It should be ready any moment.
I'll put this back on for now. I don't want to make him uncomfortable.
Would you like a bathroom again to change in?
Honestly,
There's
I'll just
the
throw it on
public
right
wall.
here.
Okay. And he just kind of hands you the clothes and just kind of floats back towards the wall. Okay. Because it would have taken a couple minutes for conversation. What are you gonna do after you get dressed?
Head back towards the dining room since up that I can talk to about maybe what's going on.
Okay. As soon as you go in, you see him just sitting down and engorging on a lot of food.
This explains, no offense, not to judge you, but this explains all the food I saw in the room. No offense, I wasn't prying or anything. It was kind of everywhere.
Oh well, it's for everyone, but yeah, I eat a lot, and he just continues eating like even as he's talking like.
So I have hundreds of questions because I still don't understand anything. Like I said outside, and I'm clothed now. Do you feel better now, or is it still kind of awkward?
Yeah, no, like I said, it happens more than you think. I should get used to it.
I'm sorry.
No, it's my apologies. You shouldn't have to cater to how I feel about something. What are your questions?
I have learned over long periods of time that if one person is not comfortable having a discussion, the discussion is not productive, and it never works out in a.
I like this girl.
Well, I mean, I gotta. And he kind of crosses his arms a little bit. No, I need to be
No
more
one should
prepared.
force you to be anything besides yourself.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to better myself,
Bettering yourself is always okay, but going outside your comfort zone to a well, you're not okay is not. And if something makes you uncomfortable, you should say something. So next time, if I'm not wearing clothes, just let me know.
Okay.
I don't want to make you uncomfortable in your own home.
I mean, it's no problem. And he just kind of nervously goes back to like dinner. Like, go ahead and give me insight. You've had enough conversating with him to. Never mind.
This food is far too good.
He is an enigma.
Welcome to the group.
I was gonna say that's just the beef jerky smell just gets into your face, and you're like, ooh, beef jerky.
Honestly, you're just too flabbergasted. Like, he's already cleared 2 plates of food, and he's not slowing down, working on his third. And you're just like, that's kind of impressive. Yep, that's it.
So, first question, because what was all that in your room? On the walls, I mean, I've never seen drawings like those.
Oh, those are, they're the Revengers. You know the thing and he kind of points towards where the living room was. That box thing. It's a TV. The place we came from before this place, home where we all met and stuff. They have TVs and they have these things. They're called movies. And Revengers was like a whole movie series, and they were all heroes and they saved the day in the world. It was really cool.
So they have those boxes that have moving pictures on them.
Yeah.
And these are pictures from that moving picture.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Why can't you have moving pictures on the walls then? If you can have moving pictures on the box, why can't you have them on the wall?
I guess you could, but I don't know, it might be a little too noisy.
Oh, I guess. They can't be silent. The movies have... Wait, the pictures make noise.
Well, the movies do. The pictures Pictures normally don't, but this house is really weird, so they might.
The box makes noise.
Yes.
Like, so is it all fake on the box, or is it real, or is it just all? How does it
Well,
get to the box?
okay, so in the place that we're from, there's this like stone that like through like some mechanism can basically like hold sections of imagery. I don't know. Doc tried to explain it to me once. I didn't really get it all. Um, but then again, like when he was explaining it to me, I was only like a week old. But
Okay, pause for 1 second. Wait. We're gonna come back to the week-old thing. Keep explaining, but let's put a pin in the week-old thing, because
basically, people act out these scenes, and it gets stored on these blocks, and that those blocks or boxes can basically connect to other stuff, and it gets sent from the box to the TV, so then people can watch it.
so it's all fake on the box.
Well,
Like
it
it's all.
started real, but then it's like a picture. You know, like if someone takes a picture or makes a portrait of scenery, that scenery was real, but the painting is still a painting. It's like that.
Oh,
The
that makes a
box
little
and the
bit.
TV is the painting.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Still don't understand how it gets to the book.
Well, I think now just magic, as you kind of like eyeballs the house.
This house has a lot of weird things in it. Okay, but let's come back to the one thing I said we were putting a pin in. Week old. Like, I
Yeah,
know time
swallows
works.
his food a little bit because he was kind of diarrheaing out of the mouth a little bit, and he was like, "Ew," like, oh shit, I did say that. Well, well, when the rest of them found me, I was in a tube too, and that's kind of where it all began for me. Like I didn't, unlike them, I didn't have a life before.
You didn't have a life before. Or do you
No,
just not remember it? Like, they said they didn't.
no, because I went through the same thing that they went through when their memories came back, and nothing happened to me. And I was alive while I was in the tube. It's just there wasn't anything before. And some of the stuff that we found kind of points to that I was created there.
Do you regret not having anything before then?
Well, I mean, I had my brother and sister and mother, but
Your brother and sister and mother?
yeah, we don't know what mother was, but my brother and sister, they died when I was freed.
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't really know them. I knew they were there.
I'm sorry. Losing your family hurt. I know when I lost my mother.
I wouldn't say hurt. It's just they were gone. Again, I didn't really know them. I don't even know if I would have liked them. I just
Can I
they were there and then they weren't.
can I ask you a question about the rest of the crew?
Sure. He looks a little sheepish and nervous at that.
Do you think they regret getting their memories back? Do you think they regret remembering
His eyes
everything they lost?
his eyes go wide for a second. He just goes, "Ooh, it's been a trip. Um,
Because all I could think last night was how much easier it'd be if I didn't remember them. Remember everything I lost. Remember that I'm godless. I am familyless. Everyone had about the whole life I built. Everything is different and changing, and I have nothing. I'm alone.
um, well, for one, you're not alone. I mean, I know we just met you, but we're here. And we kind of come from the same situation, sort of. Well, mostly they do. Again, I was a little different. So I
But
at least feel they can relate to you.
just because someone can relate does not mean you want them to stay, and I don't even know if I could stay. I mean, I have nothing to offer you. There
I
is.
mean, to be fair, I just kind of punch stuff. I mean, that doesn't seem like much, but they always say how great I do, so I'll keep doing it. And Scales has big plans for me, and I'll work towards that. And I want to be a hero and help everyone, save the day. So I'll keep trying and doing what I can in the meantime. And even if I'm worthless now or not holding my own, someday I can work towards it.
I don't think, based on our interactions, I don't think you could be worthless. You spent the whole night digging out rocks for them so they could get out to this new world, you said, because you were from a different world. I'm very confused still.
Yeah, we don't worry. Like we've been outside. Um, we basically like right now what we're in is like think of it like a buried tunnel system with like rooms and hallways.
Oh, I'm very used to tunnels. I used to live in them.
Well, it's like a tunnel, and it was I think Wizards owned it or something, and basically we found it because there was an evil mouse that was really a devil. I think he was really mean and he had anyways. Um, but we've been out there. We may have accidentally killed a unicorn or saved it. I'm still not quite sure about that one. We may have doomed a town. We're yeah, we're struggling a bit. So
Life
we're
is
just trying to get out of this cave.
life is a struggle.
Yeah, I'm getting
But
that.
sure, you kill a unicorn. They're pretty strong, pretty resilient, have great stamina.
Well, again, I think one of the others could explain it better. I'm still wrapping my mind around a lot of this god stuff and magic stuff and
So, what do you mean by God stuff?
what do you mean?
You keep saying God, and they referenced you as a god last night,
Um,
and you
how
were
do I
talking about having
explain this?
Iris power. So,
Oh, okay. So the place that we woke up in the same person who had you in the little tube thing, it was really tiny. We had to like cast a spell on it to make it go full size. It was crazy. I've been carrying you for like the last month. I didn't
oh
even know it.
wow,
Yeah, I'm sorry if it was rough, if you got jostled around or anything.
only a little, but do not worry about that. Y'all
I'm
got
sorry
me
about
out.
that. Well, the place that we were had some notes, and the notes kind of, well, everyone else was looking at them, and they think that whoever had us was also trying to create a god, and they think that he used like bits and pieces of gods to and magic and all sorts of crazy stuff to well create me.
So, you're like someone's trying to create a god through you.
And he kind of shrugs his shoulders, I guess.
That's
I'm
very confusing.
Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it as well, because like, you know, I mean, this is my first time here, and the only world I knew was home, and there's no magic or anything there, no gods. And ever since coming here, it just seems like we just keep getting hit by them. Yeah, it's been crazy.
I can imagine.
And hey, if you are missing a god, you could always talk to Scales. Um,
I have spent 110 years with the Silent God, while I watched others like me who were parts of our commune switched out the gods. I just. Is it weird to say I'm holding out hope?
I
Hope
mean,
and.
yeah, I'm not like assuming me or no, I'm just needs to know a lot about him, like so she might be able to help. Um, I mean, I don't know much about. the gods and their religions. It's all new.
Listen, I don't know much in general.
Okay, so we seem to be in the same boat. See, so you should do well around here.
None of us know anything.
Um, and plus, I mean, you have like healing powers, and I'm not gonna lie, we could always use more of that. Like,
Yes.
oh,
Oh, where is Auntie? I think I told her I'd help her with healing her arm. She's probably still asleep, isn't she?
probably. I mean, they should be waking up soonish. You didn't sleep for that long.
I didn't.
At least I'm assuming. I was only trapped under the rocks for about like 4 or 5 hours.
Oh wow, I really didn't sleep for long.
Only 4 or 5 hours.
I don't know. I was like, oh.
There's a funny part about that, but I'll get to that later.
Yeah. And he's like still just goes back to like eating and stuffing his face. So do you have any more questions?
Um, I think I'll save them for other people. I feel like I'm just bothering you, and I don't want to bother you too much. I know you're
Kinda
probably
swallows,
exhausted.
he lets out like a light burp. He's like, "No, I'm fine. Like I was actually surprisingly comfortable underneath the rocks. Like it kept me warm, but the earth and rock was, still cool, so it was like kind of warm and cool at the same time. And it just felt like it was a really strong hug around me. So, it wasn't too bad. I may have napped a little bit, or at least just kind of zoned out.
I feel that. And I have things I want to talk to people about, so I feel like there's some people I should apologize to for yesterday. I just...
Well, I can tell you they will probably all eventually end up here because this breakfast is always awesome.
Smacks door open. Hello.
Yeah, it scales, starts walking in.
Good morning.
Good morning. How was your sleep?
And then a moment later, Auntie and Kester will come in.
Ooh. Morning, everybody.
She just slept in the living room the whole time, so...
Yeah.
Huh?
Don't say that.
by everyone kind of talking and now approaching and gathering, Auntie just kind of opens up her eye and like, oh, people, breakfast.
Who's the...
Auntie, did you want me to try the lesser restoration, see if it works?
If you don't mind, are you able to now?
Yeah, I slept. I feel a lot better. I feel more like myself now.
That's great. If you don't mind, I would really appreciate it.
Okay, so I'm going to take her arm in mine.
Careful.
Sorry. And I'm going to cast lesser restoration.
Okay, an important point about this spell. One of the
Mhm.
conditions it can remove is paralyzation. The arm is still broken and shattered in a way that a lot of those nerves and disconnective stuff is leaving your arm below that paralyzed. Medically speaking, what would happen if all of that was just
Oh,
reconnected
God.
while the arm was
Oh god, you're gonna be.
I'm willing to see it.
Oh
Did you roll another
That's-
medicine check?
So that's the fundamental question I gotta really think of. And no, not with that previous medicine check.
No.
That's fair, yeah,
Yeah.
shit.
So
So let me know how hard I have to scream.
you feel the radiant warmth wash over, and for a moment you feel it even in your hand, followed by a burning, severe pain. As you feel how messed up and like you can feel the bones and stuff grinding, and yeah, it's not good.
So, instinctively, I've lived through this kind of pain with my back issues. So
It's not good.
I am clutching my arm, balled over, and just through gritted teeth is like, okay, I can feel again. This is an improvement.
Butler, can you get some of that nice herb that Auntie likes?
He's
A
already
lot of
sitting
it.
there because every single
All of
meal
it.
Auntie has already had it. So he already has a tray there, and he's just like
Just
presents it forward.
help her like smoke it.
Two of the servants basically like one's holding it, packing it, while the other one's lighting it. So it's like real quickly done, like NASCAR. It's like, and it's just it's lit right in front of you, Auntie.
That's an
I am
improvement.
so sorry.
I
You
mean,
just-
she can feel it now, so yeah.
I am just, before I take the puff, I'm just gonna be like, this is technically an improvement, and I am very grateful. Don't take this as a down mark to your healing skills, but and I'm just going to turn to the where I'm just going to grab a pillow
Oh,
off
they're
the
like
couch.
floating. They're floating down towards you, like they're helping you adjust and stuff like that.
Yeah. I'm just going to grab a pillow that's adjacent and scream into it before taking a puff of the medical.
And you guys all watch this happen.
I'm gonna take a step back and just like hold my hand, like clench them, like I'm so sorry that I did that.
Kessel kind of comes to your side and like kind of gives you an arm, shoulder pat. It's okay. It's okay. It's it's improvements. It's
It's
we're working on stuff to fix it.
That's kind of the bar we've been working with generally since we've been starting
yeah,
this adventure.
and it's good to know you managed to fix Auntie's paralysis, but you haven't managed to fix her broken arm, which means you can't fix my kneecap. Which is fine. We know things now.
Your
Yeah,
kneecap's
science.
broken.
Oh yeah, she's on a crutch. Like
Yeah.
she's just got like one busted kneecap.
Wait, quick question. When did I make that crutch? Has that been 1 or 2
Actually,
days?
actually, yeah, that would have been 1 or 2 days. So yeah, she would have been. It's
I'm
been
just
one
thinking
day.
Well, remember you're in the house. They have the house
Sure,
one.
Yeah. If it's not the crutch, then I'll be using house crutches.
You always, you have something available.
Yeah.
The
That's just
servants
worth
would not
taking.
let you leave, hobbling down the stairs. Come on now.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, maybe. You don't know.
That is just worth note for leaving the mansion.
Yes.
Oh, guys, sorry, Auntie. I know you're hurting. I made
It's
a
fine.
hole.
Wait. You made
What?
a hole?
Yeah,
Oh, is there can we see outside now?
we can see outside, but I still got a lot of rocks to move.
Nice. Well
It
done.
might still take like another day or so.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Any help with
good.
that? Let me know.
Okay, and he just continues eating.
I was going to ask. Should I Scales looks over to Auntie and be like, sees the screaming pain and be like, so when do you want to do the Fin Damon?
Just for scene setting, I'm balled over with a pipe
Yeah.
in my mouth.
Yeah. Like after we get out or before? I know you're going to want your energy.
Huh?
The ritual thing.
Oh. Did you and Auntie talk?
No, but I figured you was going to say, yeah, you're really, really nice.
I mean, yeah, I just,
You're kind of
I
like a
like
yes
this.
man.
well, I mean,
Kessel Snickers.
I'm just nice.
I know.
You and Auntie talk? No, now's the perfect time to talk.
I mean, did you want me to move the rocks first, or try to do this first?
Looks over to Auntie, still screaming in pain, probably.
Okay, maybe
Maybe-
do it soon. Have you guys
Yeah.
figured out how to use the horn?
Not
Uh,
entirely. No, I mean that's a.
I had an idea.
Okay.
Looks over to Auntie, screaming in pain, and then looks over to Aster. One moment. Aster, I don't know if we told you about what we planned to do. I wondered if you would like to watch.
Watch what?
Me and Damon have been connected. We formed a pact between each other via some ancient magic.
Twin screams, "It's really cool! Trust us!"
So, like,
Like Damon, for example, gave me this form, and she will gesture to herself. I looked really snaky beforehand. But yes,
I
it
mean,
was
you
a.
could show her what you used to look
Actually,
like.
yeah, I can. She like presses against one of the paintings, and you see the scales art as per the token.
You see a more serpentine form. It's less humanoid. The scales are thicker in some regions.
She still has legs.
Yeah. The scales are also not shimmering gold. They don't look like metallic gold. They just look like a yellow gold color.
Mm.
Her eyes are also different. Like basically her art.
I've come to believe that if Auntie and Damon do this pact, she could get her arm back. We don't know, but that's just a theory I've got.
so is okay. So to try to equate it, because he said that someone tried to turn him into a god, and then now he has these weird powers, and that
Are we okay?
my cat just knocked everything in our room over.
Aww,
I don't know why you guys put up with cats.
such a good kitty.
She knocked off the projector trying to get to the ladybug. I wasn't watching her.
A good baby.
Also, for you, A Star, in the general chat, this is kind of close to what she currently looks like, minus again Snaketail.
Nice.
I look awesome.
So what I'm trying to understand, is it like a warlock patron situation, or I'm very confused on this whole matter. I'm very confused on a lot of things.
Yeah.
We have, with the ritual, it has given me some otherwise a warlock powers.
Do the thing.
Which one?
I don't know. Figure showing would be a lot easier than telling.
I mean, yeah.
True.
She just like Eldritch blasts the wall, like whatever food was on the other tables. They're gone now. Like,
Yeah, she just like literally like, well, how do you do it? Because remember, you don't have to do the stuff like. You
I know.
point
She
and
just
blast.
she just points.
Yeah, she just kind of points out with her finger, and then you just see a streak of energy shoot out and blast like a cooked chicken on a table, and it just kind of splatters against the wall. It's like this. It's kind of like this tealish color.
Yeah.
What's weird is it looked like magic, but she didn't use any components. There was no verbal. There was no somatic. There was just like
Yeah.
she just released energy.
Yeah, and I'll go and say it's like the pointing was more to show you the direction of where it was going.
So it's like warlock shit, except not the spells. Like how I do a spell and it's like it's the verbal spell that I have, and it's the hand movement and the touching, but like you just like bam, and it happened.
There's another way to do it, because that only affects that one spell.
Is everything in the house weird like this? Because the
I mean, we're a
bathroom and
weird
the
group
servants.
so far.
I'm trying to think, because I do need to use some somatic and components and verbal things on most of my spells. That was the only one I didn't, but to be fair,
I just told her how to blast some energy.
Yeah.
You want to enforce that while this is going on, Auntie is still screaming because it's a funny image.
Yeah.
You've had a few pretty big puffs. Alcohol is there if you need it. You have stuff to start, itching off the page.
The thing with the ritual. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just going to add this one thing. If Auntie's stuff is there, I'm grabbing it.
It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be.
It wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm grabbing the next strongest thing.
Okay.
Cool.
Probably just some very heavy Fey brandy.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep. Chugging.
But yeah, the warlock thing. I don't know your own experiences with warlocks, but this is between me and Damon himself.
Hi.
So he would be my patron, so to speak.
Okay.
There is some side effects you may want to be aware. Though, with your healing capabilities, that's actually a good thing. Last time we did this, he fell unconscious and started eating away at magic. So if he goes unconscious, just start putting spells into him.
So, is this okay for him? Is this okay for her? Because, I mean, she's screaming in pain.
I mean, she
I
should be
mean-
getting a new body and feeling powerful if it's anything like what happened to me. I felt amazing.
And the worst thing that could happen to me is I get vaporized and turned to dust.
That doesn't sound
That
okay.
hasn't happened yet, though, and we have
Yeah,
more
we're
knowledge.
1 for 1.
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet, so
The emergency situation, he has to be in the house. Things will take care of themselves.
and we pump a
Hopefully.
bunch of magic into him.
All the magic.
All the magic.
And this time I'm
Also-
going to do something with a unicorn horn. I
Yes.
don't know
Yeah,
what.
hopefully that
I-
will negate some of the bad stuff.
Yes, I'm hoping if Auntie's able to hold part of the unicorn and Damon's also able to hold part of the unicorn, we can use it as a channeling system.
Well, to be fair, our hands will be occupied for the ritual.
Ready?
There were hand gestures and verbal stuff, the
Okay.
verbal part being your pact, and some of the
I don't-
invocation.
I don't want to come into your house and tell you things and talk to you because this is your house and this is your home and you've offered me so much hospitality. But can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Have you all thought this through?
Also,
There's like
what?
a momentary silence.
I didn't hear what I said. sorry.
Have you guys thought this through?
At the time when we did it, as in me and Damon.
I mean, in general. Because, no offense, she's screaming in pain and he's talking about getting vaporized, and there's a lot of components that seem to not add up.
I mean,
But my math is not the best. I was never schooled in math, so that could also be wrong. And I'm also very confused.
Let's just say the first experience worked, and they both know of the risks involved. But any one of them could back out at any time.
And if there's a chance that this could help and fix Auntie, I'm more than willing to try.
I'm 90% sure, I never like to say 100%, but I'm 90% sure Auntie's arm will be fixed and Damon just may be tired.
And plus, we got this time, and you
Yes.
watch as the kid kind of reaches to the side and pulls out a broken in half unicorn horn.
Hmm.
A-Star, go ahead and give me a religion check.
Alright.
Because you may have actually had dealings or knowledge of these creatures.
I did have.
If you don't mind, as dice are rolling, can I eventually get a constitution check?
Oh no, you're purposely trying to down all this stuff? You're fucked up.
Oh, I meant constitution in the way of dealing with the pain.
You're fucked up on booze.
You're drinking heavy Fey brandy and smoking. You're fine.
Okay. As long as the screaming stops.
Okay. What you know about unicorns is they are benevolent as fuck. They're divine guardians, they're lords of the forest, they are good creatures, with ties to the Fae and the Celestial. They are, in fact, celestial creatures. And you know that the horn to a unicorn is its most prevalent feature. It is a shard of divine magic, wrought in spiraling ivory. It is a very powerful item. It's used in all sorts of crazy mojo, and it's like having a literal shard of divinity.
I should probably. Sorry, go ahead.
And you would also know that any creature that takes a role, no matter how small, in slaying a unicorn is likely to become the target of divine retribution.
I should also probably note, just like Ezra says, the unicorn gave us his horn
Yes.
after he died of old age.
Yeah.
Well, before he died of old age, technically, but yeah.
Did you kill this unicorn?
No.
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 I mean, not like directly. Like he was in a place
Damon.
and like letting out
Damon.
may have like pushed
Damon,
that.
stop.
door.
Damon.
Sorry.
Damon. Sorry, this may not be something you would understand, Damon. There was a incident in which we found the unicorn horn. This unicorn horn was serving as a protection for the town known as Bedlam to prevent three evil beasts from basically attacking the world. The unicorn at the time sacrificed his horn to basically give that protection, but the magic was waning. The unicorn was dying of old age, and those beasts managed to escape and get released. The unicorn then voluntarily gave us that horn that was already taken off. Just want to clear that out. And basically gave us the instruction, should the beasts come again, to stop them.
Yeah.
If you would like me to repeat that in your Sign of Truth, I'm more than happy to.
Okay, further question. If you use the horn for this, what if the beasts come back and attack that village and you won't have the horn to help with the village?
From what the unicorn told us, like, his magic, like, for this purpose was basically already waning and the beasts were eventually going to get out, like, anyway. Like, essentially what's happening now is, like, from what the unicorn told us, it's going to take a couple seasons or years for them to reconfigure. Because right now, the monsters or whatever are not in physical form. They're, like, energy throughout.
Spirits,
someplace.
almost.
Yeah. So, like, the horn itself is just the unicorn horn. It has no effect on these creatures as of now.
And when they show back up, we're supposed to beat them up.
Yeah.
She's just gonna sit crisscross applesauce on the ground and just put her, like, one hand on her head and just, like,
There is some.
really
Oh, sorry.
take in everything that she's heard over the past day and just
Just.
sit there.
Oh, sorry. Just one thing to note. We currently theorize these creatures did not get out by themselves. We think there is another party involved that helped in their escape, but we currently have no proof of that.
To be
So,
fair, I think that's only your theory.
Yeah.
I mean, it is only my theory, but it's still my theory.
No.
Then why'd you say it was ours?
Support that
Because I thought you agreed.
theory.
And the unicorn was saying it was, like, basically time age that let the magic, wear off.
Also, A-Star, just keep in mind, like, this has been like 2 months.
Yeah. Has it really been 2 months?
Yeah,
Since we got out of the
basically.
tube, yeah.
About, yeah.
Only been 2 months? Seems like a lifetime.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, do we need to tell her about that one, like, Eldritch horror thing that was, like, inky black mess and...
Again, like, one thing at a time, guys. Like,
One thing at a time, yeah.
This is
And,
Okay,
a
sorry.
lot of information. I came down to breakfast to hopefully get some questions answered. Now I have more questions and less answers. I meant to say some things, ask some things, and now things are just...
Welcome to Godwin family.
Wait till you hear about blue bears.
Yeah, I gotta talk to you guys about that. Kester points to scales, but anyway, yeah, we're happy to answer any of your questions. Just we're also just trying not to overwhelm you as well, because yeah, he points to her. You're kind of seem overwhelmed at the moment.
You kind of caught her.
Oh yeah,
with a
naturally
bit-
so. So yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for trying to answer everything, and I want to apologize to you specifically for yesterday. I have my prejudices, as much as I don't want them to, and I tried so hard to not hate someone, and then to spend 80 years fighting in a war against them, you end up hating them. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to get adjusted to you, because I know from Zone 2 you don't mean me any harm, but my blind sense still have Storm, and I'm trying to come to terms with it, and I'm sorry that I'm having trouble with that. It's not fair to you.
It's okay. Like, if there's anything I can do, or maybe just kind of if I need to give you your distance so you can better acclimate, let me know. Last
And
thing I
to
want you
help,
to.
she almost killed him at one point. Like there was threatening of lives. You're doing great.
I don't know,
If
who's he pointing to when he
anything,
says that?
He was pointing towards you.
I
I knew
figured.
it.
Him?
Well, oh yeah, just
She
yeah.
kind of looks at him, just be like, "Oh, thank God, I'm gonna have them."
if anything, is
You
you're not
just
as. Oh god.
you you just called her him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Um. Basically, this is gonna be a lot more.
He drank
So
a dick be gone potion.
shut up, Auntie.
I mean, it's not wrong.
Shut up. Shut
No,
up.
he
Shut up.
literally took something
Shut
that
up.
gender swapped him.
Yes.
It literally happened a couple days ago, so we're
Well,
just getting
yesterday.
used to it.
Or
Yeah,
Literally
yesterday.
yesterday.
Yesterday,
Yeah,
yeah.
yesterday.
I forget.
Sorry, Auntie's intoxicated. Interruption is up to 11.
Okay, we probably we probably shouldn't do the ritual when Auntie's this high.
Wait,
I mean, to be
silly.
fair, if anything bad happens, she won't feel it.
That's also true.
I also
Lem,
don't
lem,
want, this pact thing to happen and she ends up saying, I vowed to give you cookies. That's stupid.
I mean, as long as she gives me cookies, we should be fine.
I will bake you every cookie all the days.
Maybe. Do you have some Never mind.
Auntie's gonna try to stand
Oh,
up.
wait a second. I got an idea.
Oh god.
Auntie, this is gonna suck. Are we gonna go do the ritual? Because
Yeah,
I
we
have
probably
an
should.
idea. Auntie,
Uh,
and he kind of like leans down and scoops you up, Auntie, like baby carrying with both arms.
Ooh,
He's like,
whoa.
"This is gonna be rough," and he kind of just walks out the front door. And as soon as he walks out of the front door, immediately your intoxication begins to fade.
How fast of a come down is this?
It's not instant, but you start over like the next minute or two, start to sober up.
When I get to the point of like still having enough in me where I'm painless, but or not as in pain, but still a little intoxicated, I'm like, all right, what happened? Everything went black for a moment.
Okay, we're gonna get this going, and me as the DM, it's already passed. Do you guys just want me to wrap it up and continue the rest later?
I mean, if we're just gonna wrap up the ritual, then I don't know. Up to you.
A star.
Me?
Yeah.
What, me?
Would-
Feel about going overtime.
I literally don't care about anything.
Okay then. I will continue until people start poking at me to shut the fuck up.
We can
Just
go
put it up,
another.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
What?
I was being silly.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, over the next few moments, the kid describes to you, Auntie, your part in the ritual, which is pretty simple. It's was created by two people who were dabbling in ancient knowledge, and a lot of what it is very simplified. Um, you already rolled high enough previously. Like it is very similar to what you had seen of the Find Familiar ritual and spell.
Okay.
So seeing and hearing it a second time, you're able to get the gist of it. Um, he basically just focuses on telling you, you your parts. There's just light incantation. He will take care of the circle itself, and all you have to have as part of the verbal components after the incantation is your pact.
Okay.
And so I will give you a moment to think about it, write something down, probably in your character sheet, because this is something that you probably want to have in your notes.
The rest was outside watching.
I assume.
Um, yeah, Scales would be outside keeping a key eye on both Auntie and Damon, but she will go up to Damon and be like, "You've got this."
Okay, real quick. What do we do with the unicorn horn? Because we won't be able to hold it. Like,
Um,
I know Auntie said snorting it, or who was that?
that was
I did.
Auntie.
Yeah.
Maybe try drawing the circle with the unicorn horn. It has a pointy bit, right? And then placing the unicorn horn in between
It's
you
two
and
pieces.
Auntie. Oh.
I mean, what else could? What else could? I mean, and he like puts one of the pieces by his mouth, and he's like, ah, like kind of
No, no,
sizing it.
no.
No, you
I
don't.
mean, like, do you have to speak for this?
I
Yes.
mean, I was gonna just not put it in my. I was gonna eat it.
I'm not comfortable about you eating it, I must admit.
I mean, to be fair, I've eaten some weird stuff.
Yeah, but then what does Auntie do? Is Auntie gonna eat a unicorn horn?
I thought it was.
I'll do it.
Well, he's the one that has to have it for the magic purposes, right?
Yeah, point.
Or we could like grind it up and mix it in with the charcoal or something.
Ooh, that sounds good.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know about magic. You two are the two that know about
What?
magic.
What would I
Yeah.
know about unicorn horn as a component?
Roll an Arcana check.
The best way to
Ace
use it.
are- I'm not sure how familiar you are with magic, like rituals or whatnot.
11.
Do you think you can maybe just ask? Or sorry. Do you think you have any knowledge on how to use a spell for or a component to be consumed?
Not consumed. How to use unicorn horn
Yeah,
as a
specifically.
component.
Acer, do you have training in Arcana?
Probably not.
It's okay. I know the answer. You don't.
No.
You kind of look at them. You're still like taken aback by a lot of this information, and you're like, how do I use a unicorn horn? You hear, Damon
I
mention.
live with them.
Yeah, you hear him mention like Auntie apparently suggesting snorting it. You hear them say like, I don't know, just eat it maybe or crush it up. Like they're just like, and you've lived and been around unicorns, so you're just like.
I don't feel comfortable with this, especially since I lived with unicorns. This makes me feel very uncomfortable, and I don't feel like any of this is safe. And I have done 6 drugs at once. Don't recommend it, but
Imagine Auntie like only 6.
Remember, she said she wasn't in the Feywild.
So none of this seems safe, honestly. And messing with, as I learned early in life, don't fuck with poisons that you don't know what they do.
I mean, I do that all the time, but also, to be fair, I'm immune to poison. Yay! But Asta, in all seriousness, if you don't want to partake or watch, you're more than free to stay inside the mansion. The servants will attend to whatever needs you need.
I won't lie though, having a healer nearby does fill me with a little bit more comfort.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I'll stay by in case you need help or healing or whatever. Just be careful.
Yeah.
Okay, so
What did my 11 do? Anything?
I'm still waiting on Auntie if
Oh.
Auntie's gonna make one.
Yeah, I just sent a rough draft to you.
No.
Arcana check.
Arcana check to see if you know any idea of how to.
Oh, I was
Adding
literally in the
unicorn.
middle of working on the pact.
Nice.
12.
Okay. I mean, magic and rituals sometimes require random shit. Like, you have no idea. There are spells out there that require you to put a coin behind your ear, or, take a piece of silver thread and wrap it around your finger. Trying to guess randomly at what to do is a shot in the dark. Ingesting it, grinding it up, like you don't know.
Question, DM. From what I know of the ritual previous, was there ever a circle that was closer to me and Damon, kind of encircling us? Or
No.
in? No, okay. Or there was no touching moments.
As if what you're, because you've worked through this before.
Mm.
You don't see any obvious way of adding it,
Yeah.
and honestly, I'm just gonna say this as a DM because of what your role is, and like because you don't know how magic works and all the rules and stuff like that. Basically, anything could work.
Yeah.
Like, even some of these dumb ideas may be the answer. It's just you don't know.
I'm personally voting sticking the item between the two. I'm not sure about consuming it would help. I'm also wary of Damon swallowing something of magical juice.
Well, he's been
I
able to
mean-
touch it so far, so like.
Touching it is
It's not
one
gonna-
thing, consuming it is another.
I could try breaking a small piece off.
I think it might be safe to go with how did you use the other regents?
Maybe stuck some candles around in a circle with the scales and stuff. Maybe we can replace the scale or add the unicorn to the dragon scale.
Maybe? Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
That sounds the most useful.
We'll do
why
that.
not the charcoal then? Or the gold dust?
That's true, yeah.
I
Gi-
mean,
Given
honestly,
of the red dragon scale, I personally think that's the bit.
if
Okay,
I
then.
could suggest something, I think grinding it into and mixing it with the gold dust might work.
We could do that.
I mean, why don't we just try all these ideas?
Well,
I'll just grind it all down, put a little bit on my tongue, put a little bit in the charcoal, put a little bit in the gold. Like, I could just do it all. Like
Sure.
light sprinkling.
Yeah.
Because, like, I think at some point it has to be, like, in contact with Damon in some way, because, like, he's the one supposed to be getting this supposed magic. So it doesn't have any bad effect on him with the cost of this ritual.
Is that what you want to do, Damon?
You guys are supposed to know more about this stuff than me.
We know as much as you do.
It's not
At this
assuring.
If you think ingesting it's the way to go, then we'll go with that. I just have my concerns, though.
I mean, you guys said last time I was like consuming magic, so it just seems like the obvious thing.
Okay then. Let's
But
get
I
you.
do see the point about the scales as well.
Okay.
So if you think that's a good idea, we can just do that.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds like a good idea.
Well, add it with the scale then.
Okay. He's gonna spend the next minute or two and bit in the workshop just to pound out the stuff that you guys need.
Hmm.
So who's sacrificing the journal?
Journal.
Oh, I
I
suppose.
mean,
Yeah, we need paper to write
As
this
I
on.
said previous, the only way to, and it was mentioned in the Discord, the only way to do this a second time is you guys are going to have to use a good chunk of the paper from home.
Do I have enough paper in my journal?
If
Anyway.
you do, it's going to be your entire journal.
Okay.
You
Sh-
guys could split the difference, giving you guys both like half of a journal.
I think it's only right for me to use mine.
Okay.
Okay, so Auntie, go ahead and if your journal is on your character sheet, go ahead and delete it. And you basically spend the next like while, basically going over the final stuff, spending a few moments to practice it. Like just drawing on the paper and stuff like that. Yeah. Aster, are you going to watch? What are you doing?
I'm watching to see if anyone falls, anyone hurts themselves, just prepared for something to go wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
Eventually, this is gonna take.
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to bring Castro to one side. It's like, hey, I just forgot this. I thought you might want it. I have some leather armor if you want to wear it. It should fit your new body. No
So,
adjustment needed.
well, was it, I mean, your dress was kind of tight on me before. I mean,
No, leather armor. This ain't my dress. This,
I'll
Leather
give it a
armor
shot.
can be adjusted.
Yeah, that's fair.
And you've seen this leather armor before. It was worn by that female elf when they crashed.
Mm-hmm.
Like this one is designed for female. Like it
Oh
is
yeah, I'll give it a
shaped
shot.
more
Yeah,
like
sure.
more towards
Yeah.
the female body.
Mm-hmm.
so
And
yeah,
it does provide space in the chest area for you.
Nice.
so you can take my leather armor now.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Aster, if you want to come back with us, we shouldn't be near the circle. You may feel an effect, but ignore it. Yeah, she'll gesture Aster to come back to a safe distance, similar to where Castrol and Auntie stood before.
And it takes a little while, but the kid finishes up with the breaking down the scales and the little bit of gold that you guys need to convert and all that stuff. And he comes out and his hand's a little hurt.
You okay?
Yeah, I was just trying to hit the scales with the hammer, and it broke like 2 hammers, and so I just started punching it.
Ouch.
Sounds about right.
Um, yeah, I channeled, and he goes to say Kurgetin, like you can hear it muttering under his breath, like Kurgetin. And he kind of stifles it. Okay, but Auntie, you get your practice done?
I think so.
Okay, you ready for this?
I think so. Hopefully, well, now or never. At least before the pain kicks in. I can already feel it.
Okay. Um, so as they spend the next while drawing out the ritual circle, filling in the center part with charcoal, um, basically dealing with, setting up the ritual circle, outlining the bit of it with gold. You guys can see like almost like a sparkling glitter coming from the substance that was the crushed up dragon scales, with the now apparent obvious mixing with the unicorn horn. It's much more of like a pinkish, whiter color now. And all of it is set up in a gigantic circle filled in, and Auntie and the kid both step forward to their places on the outer edge of the circle, and then you guys begin the incantation to the ritual. This takes a few going through the process, and then it gets to the point of the pact, Auntie, and you know this is your part.
I, Auntie Godwin, Theo Thatcher, the thrice cursed, pledge with mind, body, and soul to provide support to my utmost ability in all shapes and form. The comforts of a mother, wisdom of a father, the ear of a friend, and the never-ending love of a family.
Then the kid kind of smiles from that, and he kind of just begins speaking. I promise to be the hero that you need, the son that you deserve, and I will help you find your muse. I will help the world in all it needs, and I will be there for you and the Justice League in any call of action. I swear this by the name Damon Godwin. And as soon as you guys hear those words are uttered, they seem to ripple and hang in the air, reverberating. You can feel it in the air as your hair begins to stand on end. This room is thrumming with power, different than the last time. Almost like someone turned it up to 11, as once again you see their forms beginning to glow out their eyes, nostrils, out their throat, ears, each glowing a color. This time, Damon's is brighter, and instead of being just that white light, it is now that teal color. Auntie's is kind of like a shifting pearlescent color, Overall, kind of seems like a pinkish purple, but it seems to shimmer. And as the runes and magic circle on the ground begin to glow and emanate this light, there seems to be like another shimmer that wasn't there before in the previous ritual, and it's kind of like a glittering sparkle color, a little bit pearlescent, almost like the ivory of the unicorn horn. And you watch as both of Auntie's and the kids' colors begin to get overwashed by this glowing glitter color. And it's kind of alarming because you just see them disappear. Like their forms don't turn into light as you saw previous. Like it was still being emanating out of parts. And for a moment, like you all have to shield your eyes. It's bright. And when you look, you can hear a straining noise, a cry coming from the kid. He feels like it sounds like he's in pain. Almost as if someone is on fire, burning alive. It is intense. And you feel a cascade of energy emanating from the ritual circle. I need everyone to roll me a strength saving throw. Besides you, Auntie.
Mhm.
17.
Okay.
9.
Um,
13.
Kestrel, you get knocked on your ass. Where were you standing?
Well, probably by, you know, um, A star and scales.
Okay, where were you guys standing?
I don't know.
It would have been in the same position of where Auntie and Kestrel were standing last time.
Okay. So you guys are standing by the one door that leads out to the hallway.
Yes.
Kestrel, you get flung back. A-Star, he kind of bumps into you as he's blasted back as this ripple of energy cascades from the ritual. And you just kind of fall on your butt, and you're a little stinging. But Kestrel, yeah, you get blasted back, pushed back a couple feet. It's not over. You still feel that vibration in the air. It feels like the energy from the ritual is not done. Like that was just the first cork being popped, and it's still thrumming, and you can still hear the screams coming from the kid.
I'm gonna try to get my way back to where I was before.
Okay, you stand
Uh,
up, kind of push forward a little bit back over.
I will
Uh,
hold on to, because Kestrel's been flung back, I'm going to hold on to Aster. Say to her, sorry, don't move, stay here. And she's going to basically hand her head and see if she can look through the kid's vision, feeling anything.
okay. Go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. 16.
Okay, you were blind for the next minute, as when you shift vision, you saw a light more intense than any sun you've ever seen.
Yeah, she'll just like shift back and be like, ah, jeez, bad idea, bad idea. Just stay here,
Um,
don't interrupt her.
the screaming continues as you hear more strained noises, as if someone's trying to stifle back pain or resist against it. Um, and the white light coming from where the kid was standing begins to shift, and it turns more into a very faded teal color. And you hear another strain, and see, come over.
Ooh.
Oof.
Oh, no.
Oh, not good.
You see the color fade again, and you just hear him yelling in pain. And it is intense. And as soon as that happens, like there's another ripple of energy, not as big as the first one, but it seems to be steadily starting to grow with like a pulsing rhythm. And this continues on, and once again you hear the kid trying to strain against it. Fucking fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Whew, okay.
Ooh.
It's already opposite.
Uh, you see the light shift more towards the teal. It is starting to change on that side. Um, pains more into strain grunting. Okay.
I believe in
Um.
you.
Again, the shift happens again. It's growing. His pain, the screaming pain, seems to be dying, but there's still a struggle, and it is feels like it's almost being lost.
Is there anything I can do?
Well, just be ready for when the ritual's over.
Yeah. Skills is still like got one hand on her eyes, but she is gripping tightly on your hand, saying, "Don't interrupt her. You interrupting her can make it a million times worse."
Um, and once again, there's another shift and strainful call out as the light shifts. It's almost about halfway teal with this very glittering pearlescent white coming from the other side. And last attempt.
I believe in you.
With one more loud strain, you hear the kid call out, and the teal color envelops the entire ritual circle as there's one last pulse. I need everyone outside to roll another strength saving throw.
Okay.
16.
14.
7.
Okay, Kestrel, you are
I love you,
blasted
Kestrel.
way back, like a good 20 feet.
Mhm.
You go ahead and you're gonna take 5 points of damage as you bruise your butt and your back as you just ass over tea kettle get blasted back.
I imagine
Um,
he went through the door.
A star, like well, he hit up against the wall. A star, you get knocked on your ass like a good 10 feet.
It's bitchy because I'm still holding on.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
trust me. Nope. Um, but you only take 4 points of damage as you are kind of knocked ass over tea kettle. And you kind of just blasted back. Scales, you are not gonna miss this for the world.
No. I am blind, but
Um,
I'm not gonna miss it for the world. Yay!
yeah. But you can
Guess,
feel the pressure.
Yeah.
You take 1 point of damage as this
Yay.
energy of force just ripples past all of you.
guess I'm gonna try to stand up again and try to get back to where he was.
Um, and as this last cascade of energy is there, you see the light from the ritual circle beginning to fade very quickly. And you see them again.
Question.
Two forms.
Okay.
One very different where Auntie just stood. Um, taller, thinner, but there's still a bit of, voluptual, or let's say shapeliness to Auntie. Taller though, by a few inches. Her hair is now, a lot of times she would keep it kind of unkept, sometimes frizzy, frizzled, just kind of all over the place. It still has that kind of flowing mane look, but it's even more bigger. It's more like on top, like there's this big flowing, like almost like a wave of cotton candy, like just kind of, quaff over the top, kind of draped down past her shoulders. It's white, but it has almost like this multicolored glitter to it, like similar to the unicorn horn. And depending on the light as it shifts, you see shimmers and shifts of color. Her eyes, the pupils match the same color, with a hint of kind of bluish purple. And the sclera are now black. The features of Auntie seem different as well. Auntie, you feel different. I need you to roll me a d6.
Ooh. No whammy, no whammy. Okay.
Okay. I need you to roll me another d6.
One of these.
Well,
sorry,
it
Rob.
was a two-part thing.
That's a D8, yeah.
Yeah, I know. My mouse slid a bit as I did it. I'll take it. 4 is a good
Okay.
number.
Auntie looks different. Auntie used to always look kind of in between male and feminine. Subtle difference between which, time of the month it was. But for the most part, very unisex in the look, the very basic. Still holds true. But a slightly more lithe face. It almost feels like Auntie has just been kind of stretched a little bit. Like someone just went whoop. Um, and yeah. Auntie, you look around and you really like immediately like you feel the difference in height. You can kind of see the light shimmer from your hair. You kind of look down and around and you feel from head to toe just a thrum of power that you've never quite known or understood. But that is overshadowed by what stands in front of her. Standing there, not moving, with sizzling smoke coming from what once was flesh. As you see the figure of Damon, but covered head to toe in egregious wounds. And he just looks towards you, Auntie, in your new form. It worked. And he just falls. Again,
Rush to
a
heal.
repeat of the last time.
I would try to catch him.
Give me a dexterity saving throw. Okay. You reach out. For a moment, you realize your arm's fixed. But you touch him, and you take 2 points of fire damage as you touch his sizzling, like, still almost kind of cindering in pieces here and there. And just by catching that weight, you just, you got some, like maybe some first degree burns on your hands right now.
Scales will.
But you kind of set him down more gently than just letting him drop.
Scales is going to rush over, do spell a die, and cure wounds immediately. People, get him into the house now. Clap, clap, go.
Yep.
Yeah, and
We're going. I'm already starting to pump my magic into him, just like,
What
we got
magic?
this.
that's the cure wounds, by the way, I did.
Go ahead and roll the spells you guys are going to be using as you guys are picking them up and trying to move them.
And the old spell the dying pin. I want to clarify, did my spare the dying / cure wounds work?
Do you want to stop to do a medicine check here?
No, but I remember you saying that I would be able to tell if the cure wounds fizzled.
The spell did not fail,
Okay.
and it feels like the magic went out.
Okay.
Because, you're in a situation where you're just now seeing him crispy. I don't know if you're going to be taking a moment to really consciously think about how the magic is feeling.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I dump all 3 of my slots of cure wounds into him.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm focusing on getting, like, after doing the spell of dying cure wounds, getting the house open, instructing everyone, same as before.
Yeah.
Hey, so once Damon's in the bed, I need you to pump all of your magic into him. Do not hold back.
Okay.
Do you guys hand them off to the servants to have them put them up in the room?
Yeah.
Same as before.
As soon as you guys go to pass them off to the servants that come through and start to go grab them, you see their hands disappear and you can see their forms start to shift and fade. Some of them dropping to their knees, collapsing. And as you bring the kid into the house, you can see like the bricks cracking, the pictures fading, all the plants in the house withering and dying. You can see all the light of the room and the entire mansion beginning to fade.
Maybe we take him out of the house. Get him out.
Yeah.
No. Keep the door open. He needs all of it.
He does.
Just inside the garage then. Just not in the house.
Yeah. We'll stick one arm in the hand in the house, but the rest of him out as we pump magic into him.
I'm gonna put uh, second level and a first level cure wounds in them.
Okay.
I'm putting in all of my first level cure wounds, so that's going to be an additional, like 5 in total, and then additional 2 second levels of cure wounds.
Okay.
Literally
Give me-
putting. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to check. Do you want me to roll for each cure wounds?
No, it's fine. If everyone is just going right now and saying I'm dumping all my magic into him, let me just go down the list. Auntie, are you dumping all your magic into him?
Yes, everything, even Bardix.
Scales,
Yes.
Kestrel,
Yes.
A Star.
Yes.
Okay.
I
You
will
guys
also
bring him
confirm
in.
my sorcery points as well to do it.
Yeah, and he, as the ghost basically collapsed, he kind of, goes to the ground. You have like it almost feels like this whole place is about ready to collapse in on you guys, and you guys just sit there and just pump the last bit of your magics, and you guys get about halfway through it before right where your hands are touching for each of you, and casting this magic, you see the skin begin to uncrispy and starts to take on a flesh color and pump another one in and it spreads and pump another one and it spreads and over by giving all of your guys' magic you see he is healing.
Can I take a quick peek inside the house? Is it?
You guys are in the house right now.
I thought we were like one hand in, the rest out.
I mean, no.
Okay,
Okay, I guess not. All right, never
I
mind.
guess no.
I mean you
This
can either
is-
be inside or out of the house. Like
Yeah.
there's not enough room for you guys to all be reaching in here and just Tozy, let me just touch his toe.
Okay, yeah, that's
Whatever.
fine. Then we'll be
Yeah.
inside the house.
Okay.
I would like to check the condition of the house.
It looks like it's collapsing. Um, the paintings have all basically faded into nothing. The plants no longer exist. Most of the marble is cracked. It looks like a lot of it's eroded. The wood seems to be rotting and cracking open. It looks like there was a whole horde of moths coming through here and eating all of the tapestry or any of the hanging fabrics or anything. It looks like this mansion has been abandoned for like 1,000 years.
Fun.
Going to look to the rest of the party. And is it just apparent with how the house is collapsing?
It feels like it's gonna collapse any moment.
I am going to look to the party.
Like you can
Get
hear
out.
the wood creaking and crunching. Like the longer this is happening, it feels like it's gonna give way.
Going to turn to the party and say, "Get out now. I'll stay with him till the last moment."
Okay. Cool. Skulls will get out. It's like,
Mm.
Kestrel, A-Star, if you can grab Damon by the feet so we can help Auntie pull him out.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Wait, so you guys are pulling him out of the house?
Yeah.
No,
No, basically at the last minute.
Okay.
no. Auntie is telling everyone out, as in he needs all of this magic. She is literally going to hold him until the mansion cannot, is like the last second if she can, to it collapsing. Just be there with him before taking him out.
Okay.
Okay, Kessel gets out.
Skills is just shaking.
A Star walks out.
As because of the state of the house, as you guys exit, the
Mhm.
door closes because sustaining a rift between the material plane and this pocket dimension, not easy. So the door closes, and there you're met with a moment of silence because you can't hear what's going on inside. And the door starts to rumble and shake. You can see the door handle vibrating and shaking. And this intensifies, and it almost sounds like you can hear the sound of crushing stone, metal, and wood. Almost subdued. You shouldn't be able to hear what's on the other side of that door, but you can hear like a faded, muffled of that noise. And once
Uh,
it reaches that climax, the door stops shaking.
I would like to while this is happening, because Scales is visibly shaking and whatnot, just continuously like pitching him is like, please, please be okay, please let Auntie be okay, please be okay, please let Auntie be okay, and she's just praying that over and over and over again.
Castle's doing her best to try to like hold Scales, try to calm her down a bit.
Maester, what are you doing?
I'm saying a prayer to um
Whoever will listen at this point.
to my god, to my
Okay.
goddess, even if she's not there.
What do you say?
I say, goddess, hear my plea. I don't know if you're listening. I don't know, but these people took me in. They helped me. Please don't let them get hurt.
Okay. The rumbling and all of the noise from the door has stopped completely. It is silent. Scales everyone there. Like, it is a long, long moment. A minute passes. 2. And the door opens. Cracks open a little bit and opens all the way. Do you guys look?
Yeah.
You see the house. Back to its full glory.
Castle jumps in.
Do we see Auntie and
You
Damon?
see Auntie there. You see Kid there, both on the ground. She's kind of cradling him. He seems back to normal-ish. He's not conscious. He is not moving, but you see him and oh, wrong one.
That was Doom music. I don't like that.
You see them both just kind of sitting there, and surrounding them, you see a whole horde of your servants.
Auntie, is he alive?
Auntie will be holding him very close. Would she be feeling any breathing or anything?
Medicine.
Yeah. 18.
He's breathing. Kind of weakly, a little shallow, but he's, you've seen this before.
He's alive.
Thank goodness, thank goodness.
She is going to put her forehead to Damien's, and they're just going to start crying. And quietly under her breath, she's just going to be saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Over and over.
What are the rest of you doing?
Castle went inside the mansion.
Scales is just in that state of like, whew, okay, I can breathe now.
It's just watching from a distance.
Butler, is everyone okay on your side?
Yes.
Thank you. If you're able to, please take Damon to his bedroom. Make him
As
comfortable.
you wish, my mistress.
And prepare a lot of like maple bacon.
But of course. And you watch a few of them kind of float over towards him, and one of them whispers to you, Auntie, if we may, the young master needs his rest.
There's a moment where she gets a bit spooked. She almost instinctively just grabs him tighter before relenting.
We will take good care of him. And like 3 or 4 of them like kind of pick him up and start floating him up the stairs. And you guys are kind of just sitting in this foyer, dealing with what just happened in your own ways. And there you see Auntie completely transformed. In some ways, it almost feels like a starker difference than even Scales, because like there's a certain kind of brilliance coming from Auntie, which given her normal kind of, how did you describe it, Rye? Her style?
Grunge.
Yeah, kind of grungy, like just very simple to like. There's a brilliance with the sparkling hair and the eyes, and like her skin also has is a little paler, a little bit. It also seems to in not as much as the hair, but you swear in certain lights there's that same kind of like pearlescent shimmer to her skin. Very, very subtle to the point where you're like, is that a thing or is that reflecting from the hair? You can't tell. But as you all look at Auntie changed, that's where we're gonna end tonight's session.
Ooh,
Woo.
nice.
How's
That
your
nat
trip?
So,
one.
welcome to
Yeah.
your first session. Um,
Yay.
so yeah, we will see you guys tomorrow for the next session. You can go ahead and end stream.
Bye bye.